Seriously? Seems like it's fine, but I suppose I'll see. What is with this? Is my internet having an issue? Uh, I'm confused. It shouldn't be broken. Is with my internet. It says I'm live, but then it doesn't. I don't understand. I'm gonna wait 5 minutes. Why does it have to be broken? It was? Is it broken still? Because the bitrate thing doesn't say that it's registering anything. Is it broken now? The dashboard says that I'm offline right now, but I know I'm not. What's going on, Twitch? Are you having an issue? Oh, wait, it's catching up. Obviously, something's going on right now. I don't know if it's my ISP or if it's Twitch. Something's wrong, though. Is it fine now? Well, is it fine now, Kurumi? Because I don't know. Something's amiss. My internet says that it's fine though. It's the weirdest thing. So I don't know if it's my ISP or just my connection to Twitch or something. I don't know. That's weird. Maybe it's the ingest server? I am unsure. Oh, that's awkward. Was it fine now? I hate technical problems. I just want to go kill zombies. The sad part is opening my stream just shows me, and I have it on another connection, and it still seems fine. I don't know. It seemed fine both times. What the heck? I didn't do anything different though. Why did programs not make sense? It's weird. Why do they have to not make sense? Why do they have to be random and then like stopping something and starting something like fixes everything? Yeah, I don't know. Hmm. Ooh, I know what I'll do. I'll try it in a different browser. Gonna give me an idea. Hmm. Okay, I think that it's... Yeah, it seems like it's fine now. Maybe? I don't know. Hard to tell. Hopefully it just is stays stable. I don't know. We'll get started again here in a moment. Sorry about this. The technical issues are a pain in the ass. Well, what if it's just my PC? That could be an option as well. Oh, I don't know. Oh well. Not much I can do about it. And just hope that it goes away. If problems persist, though, let me know, and I'll just deal with it. Or maybe I can't phone my ISP now. I'll have to wait until, oh, well, but maybe not even. Because they're Monday to Friday, aren't they? Hmm. Hey, Warren. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm a bit stressed because my stream's been acting up. I don't know if it's the ingest or if it's the ISP, but I've got all green bars all across, so it's like I don't know what's going on, tech issues and whatnot, and it's stressing me out. Hopefully you're having a good day and that your stream went well. I do very much appreciate the raid. The stream seems fine, right? And I hope, yeah. Just, you know, tech issues suck. You had tech issues due to a dang Windows update. Oh, I see. Oh, I Windows updated it as well. Is that part of the problem? Should I undo it? Uh-oh. Oh dear. Is my stream okay? I hope it's okay. And hopefully, and I'm sorry you had tech issues as well. That sucks. Why can't things just work, right? Like why do they gotta break all the time? This is no fun. Make sure to get some self-care and don't stress too hard on it. But fingers crossed that things will be okay. Can you undo any more? I can go back and delete it. All my audio got jacked. I kind of fixed it, but now it's time for food and sleep. Yeah, absolutely, Warren. I do appreciate you as always, and I'm keen to see you know, things that come in the future. Have a good rest. But yeah, hopefully tech issues. No more tech issues. It stresses us streamers out, and when we have tech issues. Especially when all the bars are green. Like, all the bars are green. I have green bars across the board. And I don't know. It's weird. Hopefully there's no other audio issues and stuff. I hope Warren streams become easier. A chess. Hello. Warren had to get right to sleep. Yeah. Hopefully no more issues. I can do my little intro thing, and we'll see if the stream is okay. You guys let me know. Hello and welcome. My name is Allison, and I go on adventures. I enjoy tea, music, and challenging video games. I love my partner Emma, and I love frogs. My pronouns are she, her, and generally I'm pretty content. It's nice to meet the new people, and if you are returning, welcome back. Let us continue our adventure wherever it may take us. Highs and lows, ebbs and flows. We're in it together. Peace. Yeah, you can undo Windows updates and go back, and most folks have backups. It's just like graphics card updates. If they mess up your system, you can go back. It's just It's sucky when that happens. Because most of the time when they update for a reason. Usually it fixes a bunch of little bugs that exist and a bunch of other little things. They're useful. They're definitely useful to some degree. As the technology gets more refined, though, things start to lean in towards the new technology, and the old technology doesn't update quite as well. So, and because Windows 10 is depreciated, I'd expect that that's part of my problem, maybe, but I've got to make do until I move in with Emma. So I'm gonna have to just suck it up and hope that for the best. But I'll move in with Emma soon. Fingers crossed. Good zombies, welcome to follow me, but I'm leaving. And yeah, I don't want to call any lurkers out or anything, but if someone could let me know that the stream is okay, that would be appreciated and ease some of my own anxiety. I think that what was happening was that it was stuttering or something. Like loading, and because that's what, when I loaded it up earlier, that's what it looked like it was doing. It was like it was trying to stream, but then it was like stop load, stop load, stop load, which seems like an ingest issue to me, but it could be my ISP, but it also could be just my PC. Oh, thank you, by the way. I do appreciate it. You know, and I'm not trying to call out lurkers though, because I like lurkers. They're the heroes of streams. But yeah. Appreciate it. Yep, enjoy your lurk. No worries. Mm-hmm. You like the old school doctor's mask? Yeah. It's part of a mod that is... There's a bias in it, but it's my favorite mod. So it's a purely cosmetic mod called Craftable Headgear. The cool part about it is the person who created the mod got hired by IndieStone, so he had ended up having to pass the torch to another creator, which is awesome. So Now the person who is keeping the mod up to date is now somewhat frog, which is cool. It's neat when modders get hired by the company that they made the mod for, you know? Really, it is. It is awesome. It happens quite a lot, actually, with modders that are passionate and make some really cool things, right? Um, nice. We can get another couple thousand calories in fish, then I'd be happy, because then I won't have to worry about weight loss for a little bit. I want to clear that field, but it's getting, like, we're doing it bit by bit. And then the main goal right now is to get over to that fence so that I can break it down for nails. Because if I can get 4 nails, we can start blacksmithing proper. Because I need to be able to make a pottery table in order to be able to make a crucible, which then will give me access to smelting metal down. And then we can have proper tools. On our loot settings, we're not going to find nails, probably. Not unless we really go over to places like McCoy or... And that requires a hefty amount of clearing. I'll just put this stuff away. That's more than enough calories for the day. Should be up arrow now. Yep. But it's barely an up arrow. Okay, so we have a few in-game hours before we have to deal with Is the new update fully out? Which do you mean? Do you mean Build 42? It's still an unstable format, but its multiplayer has just been released in also unstable format, so... but... Do you mean that is it out in stable? Because if that's the case, then no. But unstable is up to 42 now. 42.13. Yeah, stable's not out yet. It's still unstable. For now, anyways. Oh, it's Aaron. Hey Aaron, how goes? You having a fun day? Definitely you're having fun. Interesting. So you have RimWorld scheduled soon. But you're playing Zomboid. That's neat. I've never done the Mech Hive stuff. I did a little bit of the Odyssey stuff, though, when I was playing RimWorld. I know you're not playing it now, and that you were just playing Zomboid, but, you know, it's kind of cool. Yeah, hopefully you had a good stream. Hey, if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. Your third helicopter, and it was tough? Ah, so you're starting to... So even with it being off the map, you're starting to realize that the helicopters are... Most of your zombies, though, should be starting to wane, right? Because you're off the map. Which side of the map did you go off on? I suppose it doesn't matter, because it's all the same. Almost all of it is, like, You'd want to go somewhere where there's water, though. Yeah, you're gonna get squeezed unless you keep running, and if you keep running, eventually you'll pull more. You're doing a north of the Ohio River run. Okay, I got you. West side. Yeah, you mean west, right? You're on the west side, which is like by Brandenburg. Gotta give up 2 hours in game for rest. Well, either way, it'll be neat to see what RimWorld you're up to. Wilderness runs are always fun. A lot of them are down to base survival. You think your schedule needs to be updated? Alrighty. Well, I mean, whatever works for you. I'm not even on a schedule at the moment. I kind of just stream when I can. Yesterday I had a date with Emma, and it was really good. We watched Fate Zero is what is the anime that we're currently watching. I don't know how I feel about some of the characters. Like I was under the impression that I liked certain characters, but then I was like, I don't know if I like them. It's like, it's a weird mixed bag of strangeness. Like, we're not too far into it, but I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but yeah. Yeah, definitely, if you're gonna start a run like that, you're gonna want to have some form of high calorie intake that you can get. The easiest form of that is through fishing early on, actually. Because hoping for animals is like it's a pipe dream. You may be able to get animals in a wilderness run, but it is like unlikely for a while. It's like trying to grow crops. It's like, okay, well, I mean, it's possible, but it's not entirely the most doable of feats. You know what I mean? It becomes quite a tough feat to do. But fishing, so long as you have a water source, I mean, fishing you can do. It's boring, but yeah. Once you get past level 3 to 5, that's the range where you'll start to really notice fishing kick up. Level 6 is when you unlock the fishnet traps, but there's a flaw in it. So, you can get broken fishing nets, but you can't take them apart. That recipe is not a learned recipe. So you're stuck waiting until you get blacksmithing before you can make wire. Now, getting blacksmithing requires quite a lot of steps, one of which involves nails. And in order to get nails, you need to forage them in a wilderness run, because there's no buildings, there's only zombies. Now, if you happen to luck out really hard and get a construction zombie, you might find enough nails, maybe. Construction zombies have a chance to spawn nails in their inventory. However, most of the time the construction zombies won't spawn in the woods. Like, they're usually sanctioned to construction sites and specific types of areas, right? They can spawn out there. It's just really, really unlikely. Like the idea of foraging up nails. It's unlikely. Now you can forage up a carton of nails and never need nails again. But it's one of those things, right? How far you found one nail? Yeah, see? And that's with trash foraging, right? and the plank with nails doesn't count because you can't take it apart. Really? They weren't added to the foraging table? I thought that they were, because I've heard of people getting them. Maybe with mods they had it. Because that happens a lot too. Some people will make the mistake with their mods thinking that they oh, you used it until it broke and one nail fell out. Okay, that seems kind of cool. Most of Build 42's new items were not added to the foraging table. Okay, then that means that those folks that I've heard tell of, because I've never seen it myself, but I've heard tell of finding stuff like that in the foraging. Maybe it was added by some mod. Still, you can forage up a box of nails. I know that for sure. Because I've done that and been thankful. It's like, yes, I got a whole box to myself. I can build so many things. And now, with one box, you can make more. Yeah. Carton's not on the table. Okay, well, still. Interesting. You said the broken wire is 7, which would be 6 with inventive. Yes, I guess. So I still need another level of fishing then in order to get it, if that's the case. I was frustrated though, because when I got to 6, I thought that I could make the traps. I was like, I'm free from fishing. No. Still contained. You went do-it-yourself expert, so your trash junk is boosted. Nice. Hopefully you find a bunch of nails. I'm hoping you find a bunch of boxes then. Wish you luck. Always. That's the thing though with Zomboid, is some people get confused with the mods versus vanilla. That's why you should always trust what you see before you instead of listening to other folks. Or, you know, do testing. But I heard rumors that people, I foraged up a carton of nails. I was like, okay. I've never seen that. But it would be so cool if that was a thing. The most I've seen is, I've seen boxes of ammo, I've seen boxes of nails, because I've gotten a box of shotgun shells before. Mostly just like one-off bullets though. You're a big fan of do-it-yourself expert? Do-it-yourself expert's good. Carpenter is also really good. Police officer is solid. There's a lot of professions that are just really, really good professions. He porridged a tailoring book that you need. That's funny. That's on multiplayer though, isn't it? So it's like helpful? Warren's multiplayer server is really cool. It helps out a lot of the folks get that groundwork in for their Zomboid so they don't have to suffer nearly as hard as everyone. Like, you know, because there's that sense of community. And some people only want to play games with friends, right? They don't want to play games like on their own. The single player experience is only for some people. It's not for everybody. Some people like that sense of camaraderie, you know, and togetherness. And I like it too, to a degree, but I also like my sort of, I need to charge back up in a way. Like, you know, do some multiplayer for a while and then recharge my batteries. We're still suffering, it's just together. Yeah, that's Zomboid though. Zomboid's suffering. But I stand firm on the idea that any multiplayer game, it's not about the game. It's about the people you're with. So the people you're with will make the game better no matter what it is. You could be playing the most toxic, terrible games out there, League of Legends, Dead by Daylight, you know, Call of Duty, all of that kind of like inherent toxicity that people talk about all the time. But because they're people that you like and, you know, that you enjoy, those games become fun. You know? There's a reason why those games are the way they are, though. It's because their toxic folks are the noisiest of the bunch. That's why. Actually, I'll take back the steak knife. Hacksaw. Yeah, saws are definitely good forage. Magnesium fire starter, cooking pot. Yeah, I agree with that. It seems like the LOL folks are making their way there. Yeah, that's just gonna happen sometimes, right? That was why I didn't get into Valorant. Valorant was a game that was gonna be kind of like a crossbreed between League of Legends and Overwatch, and I had an interest in it at first. But I never made my way over there because it just didn't seem like a good place. So I just didn't want to get involved. Despite having that was at a time when I could have jumped into that because Overwatch was gone for me at that point. So I could have fell into Valorant. And I probably would have done well, given that my understanding of game mechanics and just the style of like player that I am. But I want to fish, but I can't because it's dark. There's a fog. Just saying, this playthrough, I turned off fog. Like, I turned it off, but the game doesn't care. There's no fog in this playthrough. I need to go in and just delete the fog if I want it gone. I could do that. What do you mean by off? Oh, by off the map? By off the map, they mean they're doing a wilderness playthrough. They're not allowed to like loot buildings and stuff. They go off the map. So there's procedurally generated map out here, like so, and so on. And actually, if you want to see something that's kind of cool, here, watch. Okay, I'm not gonna stop scrolling, but watch. I'm pulling the map. Okay, look how far it goes. See, still going. Still going. There's the edge. That's not even that, like look, see how small I've made the map, and look how far it goes. Like it's huge. If I made it actually as big as the areas we are in, like so, like, you know, if I try to keep it down to one cell, right? Look how far it goes. Like, so this is map, that's the prison, this is map, this is map, this is map, that's the resort area, and here's the edge, right? But then it just keeps going. Cell after cell after cell. Right? Cell after cell after cell. Still going. Cell after cell after cell. Right? Sell, sell. It's still going. And come on. Going cell by cell is hard. It's a lot of cells. Like, it's a lot of cells. How much further is it? Like, there we go. Yeah, point made, huh? Like, this is zoomed all the way out to the maximum, and it takes like a second or two. It's like, if you were to take the current map, it's like more than double, right? Like, and that's in all directions. So it's like the current map, it's not infinite, no. There is an end eventually if you get out there. It's just, it's really far out there. The current map is, they have plans to make it auto gen out there as well. But yeah, it's just really far. That's all right now. Just a really big map. You can the current map, you can like triple it, almost quadruple it, and it's still not enough. The small bodies of water are in the auto generation. Nice. That's cool. So then fishing is still possible out there. Hmm. It is really cool though. You can go south and find little ponds. See, I've not done too much out there in the middle of the wilderness. It would be it's a cool playthrough idea though. It reminds me of doing a full cabin playthrough. Like you're only allowed to go over like to your home, and you're not allowed to go into anybody else's home. No trespassing. It's kind of like doing a law run, like where you are not allowed to. You can do self-defense, but you're not allowed to attack the zombies outside of your area. Like, so you have to, the zombies have to come to you. Self-defense. It's like yeah, kind of like Unga Bunga, yeah. Similar style. That's the dream for a lot of folks in Zomboid, is to do a full-on Unga Bunga playthrough. Eating nothing but butter for 8 straight days, and you still aren't gaining weight, huh? Are you playing multiplayer, Kurumi? Because in the multiplayer, there's calorie problems, if I remember right. So don't just keep like eating the butter. I would recommend multiplayer servers turn off butter, or turn off the calories for a little while, until calorie system gets addressed as the problem that it is. I'm 82 and going down. Yeah. Sounds like a problem. But same for me, right? Like I've eaten nothing but fish, and even with me tracking my caloric intake, I'm still losing weight, even though I'm eating fish basically every day. Not eating fish today though, because I can't, because laughs in PZ. You think the single stick of butter is gonna get you through the caloric time? No. You need at least 3 sticks of butter. A minimum. That's the truth, though, is like I said, I feel like the calorie system's too harsh. And yes, I can shut it off, but I can fight the system. I have the ability to fight the system. It takes a while to fight it, though. Like, to fix your weight, it takes in-game days of prep. Or having a farm with butter. And that's after the nerf, Kurumi. They recently buffed it so that the player interactions take less calories. Before it was worse. They buffed it and took away some of the caloric, like, so they recently adjusted it a little bit. They're trying to balance it, but really what should happen is there should be, I think the problem is that the character is doing too much in caloric loss, and then the foods themselves are not giving enough in the right way, right? That's the problem, is the and it's forcing the players into a very particular play style that's by all means is boring. It's a boring play style. Yeah, it makes our lives easier. Ooh, a frog. But that said, it's you can agree, Rhett, that although things were nerfed a little bit, like to in the better way, like calorie values are a little bit better than they used to be, it's still not enough. Not even close. It's partly due to the food, though, as well. Yeah. If you're playing multiplayer and you don't have a base mom or dad, you need a base mom or dad. There is that one person that loves to do that sort of thing, like and stay at home and make stuff. Hi, hello, and they keep everyone else going. That's what the stuff I like to do. Oh yeah, the hunger. So that what people don't understand is that the hunger value ends up nerfing you. Everybody very excited about, oh, gives me so much hunger, but that's actually nerfing you because you can't take in as many calories, not without hearty appetite. It's not, hearty appetite in itself is bad as well, because it makes you have to manage the moodle more. But it's still it ends up being that hearty appetite with a slow metabolism is actually not the worst, right? Veggies are bad. So they're not bad because you can actually build up your second chevron with them. That said, though, going for second chevron is almost pointless. So it ends up being like, okay, well, do I want the second chevron? Because it's possible to get it. But in order to do it, like I just said, you would need to combo hearty appetite with slow metabolism in order to be able to intake that much food. Because all of the foods that give high carbohydrates and or high lipids, those foods are high hunger. Except for butter and margarine and vegetable oil, obviously. But, I mean, those ones don't count because those are your go-tos for gaining weight. Hearty appetite recently doesn't do anything? That's rough, then. It's supposed to increase your hunger requirement, right? To like 150% or something like that. I can't quite remember. But it makes you have to take care of the moodle more often. Which means eating more overall, which means more food interactions. And which on paper sounds good, but on gameplay sounds tedious. Where is it? Rhett, if I turn down the fog quality, will that also lower? Because I'm supposed to have no fog, right? I have the fog set to none, and I have the fog like so. It's. Would this effect get rid of this? Like, makes it easier to see through. So legacy or medium? Because legacy is. You said low quality. Is legacy considered low quality? Because that's my options aren't. There is no low. Try all three of them. One of them looks bad. I just changed the fog setting and it was like, well, we'll just delete it, I guess. That's strange. This is like what happened with fishing when that fish bug happened to me yesterday. It breaks when you do that. Maybe I'll just do that from now on, just to get rid of it. Because I'm over fog at the moment. I just want it gone. It's hampering and annoying, and I don't need it in my life at the moment. There are some inherent difficulties with fog, but none of them are something that I care about. There has to be a no fog mod. It's supposed to be in the settings. It says no fog in the settings. That setting doesn't work. It's a lie. Yeah, but I'm over fog. I need a break from it. I get it enough in every game that we play. Because and it's nice. They're in some ways for ambience, but sometimes you just want to go and enjoy your day, and then it's a foggy day with thick, soupy fog that you can't really see through. It's like, okay, well, you know, my day has been ruined. The ambient music that it plays is slowly driving you crazy. It's because that ambient music is always on because it's always fog. It's always fog. There was... What was it? It was November. It was November. Every single day was fog. Except for two. Two of the days weren't. But I'm pretty sure it rained on one of those 2 days. I'm so tired of fog. Just for the time being. Like, I don't mind it as an ambience, but it's just like, it's so... And if you ask folks that are from, like, you know... Does it make it permanent? No, because it doesn't, like, this was one fog day out of a week. So, obviously, the fog intensity is less, right? But... and keep the loneliness away. That's good. Don't be lonely, Kurumi. You have friends. Have a good sleep. It's slightly different. Well, I mean, it's going to be every time. It's not like you're going to perfectly set up the same base each time. Because you get different resources. Yeah, catch up. I was asking that yesterday if Raven Creek has been updated. Where did they move it, Karumi? Is it behind Irvington? Yeah, that's what I was asking. No, it wouldn't overwrite Echo. It would overwrite Irvington, wouldn't it? Based on its location? Same-ish place? Right? Yeah, Irvington. South of Muldra. Wait a second, what? South of Muldra? That's way over here. Is this where they put it? I would think that they put it over here somewhere. Probably just on this side, right? Thank you for the wellness check. Where is it, Krumi? Tell us. I want to know. Where is that? Where is Raven Creek? I gotta know. I gotta know. It's in the same-ish place as always, just moved a little off of the main map. Okay, so it's in this section over here, beside Irvington. Another mod author put it south of March Ridge. Okay, so then there's two. Which Raven Creek is better? Just comparing. Which one's better? Because I know you've been to both. You can't tell me you haven't. I know that you've gone to both, and they're probably different. Like you said, there's been tweaks, right? So they're probably not the same. See the massive lake down there? It connects to that. Okay, so it's like there. That's neat. So it makes sense because there's a road here that's kind of just ends. I thought they were gonna put Fort Knox down here. Did the original mod author update it? I don't know. I don't know enough about Raven Creek. It's left of the lake. Oh, okay. So it's on the other side. So it's here. I mean, there's space for it, I guess. I still think I agree with the decision to put it next to Irvington. For several reasons. Irvington speed raid's right here. Like, I mean, it's perfect. I think, right? That mod is cool. I got to play in Raven Creek once for Cryo Winter. I should go back and play it again for fun. Just in like, I'd even do it in an Apocalypse game just to see it. Because I didn't really... I totally... So I explored all of the trailer park, and I explored the campus, and the brickworks. I managed to get a fair bit into Echo Creek, thank you very... Or not Echo Creek, Raven Creek, thank you very much. I made it to your movie theater. I got to see your movie theater in person. You are right, though. I didn't actually explore the whole of it. Because it took me several deaths. One of the deaths I was in an apartment building, though, before I found the cabin strat that was actually going to carry me until I messed up the cabin strat by sitting down in front of that fence instead of going inside like a smart, sane person would have done. Because I was sitting out in the open, my character was cold, I knew better, and then died. Clearly I didn't know better. That lesson needed to be reaffirmed. I'll throw it on my list though, Kurumi. Because I'm supposed to do another poll for you guys here. I didn't do one for January. Like an interest poll. No, that was the first death. The second death was the getting up animation. Leolan Hefner was my second best character in Raven Creek. My first best character was the park ranger of my own. Yeah, that was the real death. That one made it the furthest. We made it all the way to the brickworks before we died. That was fun though. I had a good time with it. I learned a lot about heat management in that. ×4 pop with 10% sprinters. I think what I would do in the future would be... I've got plans to try to clear the Apocalypse map again at some point. But right now I'm going to be just happy doing Bloodbank. And then also I've got Icarus, Hightail, and Rimworld plans. I want to actually get further in Rimworld. As well as whatever other things crop up. Because I'm supposed to try to... This year, we're supposed to lean into trying to do streaming more professionally. So there are some promotional offers that I've been given and that I should give a go at. So that I can, you know, do the streaming as a job. It'll be fun. Because I get to play games, try my very best, and then give feedback and stuff. Eventually 42's Raven Creek will get a full-on update. I'm surprised you're not playing more 42 though. If you're saying that you're playing 41. You're waiting for it to go stable. That's understandable. Not getting corrupt the 8th time. I mean, I've only had one major corruption. Like, one big one. Aside from that time, my game wouldn't open. Which the devs eventually fixed because it was linked to the leatherworking. So, which they fixed it quite quickly. I was keen with how fast the fix came out for it. But that said, that's the only time that my game is fully corrupted was, well, actually twice. During the foraging update, because I did have to restart then. And then the 4213 when we lost Higgins officially. In fairness, I feel like despite it being quite corrupted, that we've had a really good run of non-corruption, right? They've tried their best. Help you fix? Okay, that seems fair. I don't mind. Rhett can speak for himself, though. I'm not gonna sign Rhett up for that, because that's not my place. Rhett does what Rhett wants, always. I can just be like, you know, like we could show him the document. What part of it? The whole thing, Rhett. We're gonna have to do the whole thing, probably. Because it's supposed to be a guide of everything, right? Yeah, we both need to test a bunch of things. There's a lot of stuff that needs testing. Ay. Yeah. That's not in the patch notes. I can make the chum bucket helmet. I don't want to do that, though. That seems like a bit of a waste at the moment. Yeah. I hope they fix this. Right here. This. This frustrates me. Because why does... we're seriously saying that we need a mason's chisel and a club hammer in order to produce something that I can use a rock and less levels to produce? Like, literally a stone. I can chip away at another thing at less skill than with the tools? It doesn't make sense. It should be the same level. Or... I think it should be the other way around. That the knapping level should require more, and that the masonry level should require less, and not just less, but also should include not just the masonry chisel, but all the kinds of chisels. Because do you really need to specifically have a mason's chisel? You're telling me right now that I couldn't just grab anything that's sharp and use that? Metalworking punch? Anything that's sharp could chip a stone. I mean, the fact that any hammer should work, not just club hammer and block hammer. I think the reason why that frustrates me so much is because I've been gated by this progress before multiple times in a row. Like, having to get to the same gates, and the same gates are far. Like, they're not in a reasonable place, right? They're in a place that is fairly, like, I have to put effort in order to get them. Like, getting to level, what is it? Level 4 napping? It's not an instant process. Not that it should be. There should be some effort into it, but combo that with the fact that it doesn't make sense. That with the tools, it's harder than without the tools? Or make better quality chipstone axes, right? Like, maybe this version of the axe is better, right? Like, the maul Instead, maybe even change the item. Maybe it's not a just a stone, maybe it's like a fancy stone axe or a fancy stone maul, one that's like custom chipped with little design on it to make it extra durable or whatever. I don't know. Like, it's just it's a ludicrous that's the way that is. I get the ease of access thing, and that, like, okay, well, yeah, but if it's not super hard to level up masonry to that point, without a maul and or club hammer, I mean, kind of, it is a bit of a pain to level masonry. Like, I have to go looking for rocks, and although they're common, I can exhaust an area's rock supply, and then, I mean, why would I not just go for napping? Yeah, some of the inconsistencies are annoying. You wonder, I wonder if that section's just muted. I wouldn't want to listen to that stuff either if I were a dev, let's be fair. I honestly think the devs of PZ are like monks. They have patience upon patience. They have to deal with the you know, the issues that crop up. Monk level patience. See, in this playthrough currently, at least at this current time, I'm not playing with increased XP modifiers either. I'm playing with standard 1 times XP. Eventually we will up the modifiers though. It's on this, it's on the wheel. I could get it next. So I'm supposed to wait until 4 months to spin the wheel. And I'm trying to not get impatient and do that. It didn't help last time though. Last time I spun the wheel like right away at like 3 months. But you can see with mining though as well, you could, yeah, whatever makes me happy. But I'm trying to somewhat stick to the plan that I set for myself, but it's hard sometimes. Because ADHD go burr and makes me want to do things sooner than later. It'd be funny if you could dig underground like that in Zomboid. I know there's like a basement mod, or there was one. Does that basement mod still exist? Can you still dig your own basement? I was also tempted to grab a burlap sack and see if I can't just dirt my way across the water here. Because that thought came up at one point. It's like, maybe I could just throw dirt in the water and just, like, make a path across to the other side of the river. And I just live over there. Make a mansion on that other side, just for fun. And then eventually, we could set up a little path down to West Point and open up the floodgates to attack it. That's the thing, is you and Rhett both play with like endless mods. Like endless mods. All the mods forever. It's chaos. I haven't been modding too much recently, he says, after having sent me a gigantic mod list for Hightail. Well, that doesn't count. Surely it does, Rhett. You can't tell me it doesn't. Hightail's different. Yeah, I know, and I agree, but it's like, I mean, you know... I haven't even used one of those single mods. Yeah, okay, well, having used them doesn't change the fact you sent me a gargantuan list. Like, the biggest list ever. It was a list of the good mods. Yeah, we will probably use some of those, though. I did indeed ask for a potential mod list, yeah. And we probably will use some of those. I probably want to play the Skyblock variant, though. We'll see. I'll look into that. You're gonna go look for more mods. That sounds good. Yeah, I like the spell book, but I really would like to see, I really want to see the immersive, like, you know, I want to see the big mods that existed for Minecraft. If once those show their heads, I will probably be playing those. Because those give actual, like, progression. I know big mods can't pop up overnight, but I'll dream. Nice. Those mods totally can pop up overnight, though. They can. You enjoy putting your 28-inch largemouth bass into your pocket? It's funny. That's not even unhinged. It's just normal. Can we... You don't want to see the centimeter fish? You want to know what's even funnier? The model size is wrong in both parts. Like, both parts are wrong. The big one and the small one. Neither of those sizes are accurate. Like, see here, watch. It's a little bit. It's just so weird. If we ever put that on the floor too, it wouldn't work. Those can go in there. The rest of these can be food. Reminds me, I gotta go get a trash can so I can throw away everything that's over here in these like 8 piles that are slowly accumulated. Just keep gradually making more. It was 1,000 calories. It's still not enough to get me an up arrow. Or even balance me out. I wait a little bit so I can do another 1,000 calories. This will pull me back up out of the amount. I should just stand still and not move. This will give me an up arrow, but not for very long. Like a short time. Really? I wasn't that deep in the calorie deficit. Was I? I mean, I guess we didn't eat fish for a single day. One day of no fish. Immediate minus 2,200. It's absurd. How dare I not take calories for a single day? That's it. Punished. Go from 81 kilograms to 80 in an instant. You wish it was like that in real life. Yeah, I mean, you know, everybody in this universe now, it didn't always used to be that way, but suddenly everybody has some kind of hyperthyroidism in this, like, universe, or some kind of, like, instant weight loss. Can't keep the calories on. Everyone has gut worms, or what's it called? Tapeworm. Eating all their calories. Yeah, that's brutal. The But before, there was a time I remember that where Emma and I ate nothing but radish salads and we couldn't lose weight in multiplayer. It's another 800. We should be able to eat this. It's 300 now. Still no up arrow. That's over 2,300 calories eaten in the last little bit. That would be enough to bring you at least to 0. I know it's not enough to 0 because I'm burning calories at the same time. I'm well aware of how it works. It's just frustrating how it works. I need to eat them all at once in an instant in order to get that weight. And it's not possible to do that because I need to wait for the stuffed noodle to go away. If it helps having variety, no, it won't. The calorie game is literally that. You need to just calorie game. Which is just, you just need to eat calories. And I just gotta wait for the stuffed noodle to go away. So these 2 fish combined with this one will be enough to put me into the calorie positives. And I'll actually get an up arrow, but... And this is another roughly 1,000. No, I can eat more fish. Yeah, I'm not failing my fish. It's just I'm I'm annoyed that it's so labor intensive to get your calories up outside of the easier methods. But it was your choice to play without butter. I mean, yeah. This is true. And I could just shut it off. I could, but I'm not gonna. Yeah, I am. I'm close to. I'm doing large fish as it is, anyways. So like, right now we are pulling in like thousands of calories. So I just need to basically law of large numbers it, and just like throw huge numbers at the fishing until I have enough. Stop filleting. I have to fillet though, because I need to build up my butchering. I need butchering levels, Rat. It's a requirement. I need them. No, you don't. Yes, I do. No, you don't. You don't need anything. Only fish. Yeah, if I get to that level 7 and it actually gives me that auto-learn recipe for taking apart the fishnets too, then we'll be set. But that said, that depends on which happens first, because if I get blacksmithing access first, I could just make the fishnet, so it wouldn't be that big a deal. That is a fish. We'll end up fishing this whole place out. And there's not gonna be any fish left. That legendary fish makes it sound like Stardew Valley. It'd be cool if you could get like a treasure chest or something. That's like a fishing trophy. You know, I'm a little sad that shoes have been taking off the fishing. I kind of miss shopping for shoes in the water. Like piling my shoes up on the shoreline. No shoes, what about socks? No, they nerf socks. Socks used to be amazing. You used to be able to rip them up and like use the rags for a bunch of things, and then for some reason we're not allowed to do that anymore. That was removed. It's just like the ability to tie your socks together. I used to have a dialogue about that too. Yeah, now you can kind of just get rags, but it's one rag at a time and it's in the trash loot table. So it ends up being not so great to try to search for rags that way. At least I think it's not that great. You could, in theory, get some rags, but it would be slow and yeah, it's not a process that I would expect is nobody would want to train tailoring to 10 off of fish rags. That's not something that sounds enjoyable. That sounds like actual torture. You're only allowed to use rags that you fished up. One at a time. And each rag is like what is it? The rolled off of the trash loot table, it's like a low percentage chance comparatively. Like you're probably gonna get a tin can, seaweed. Yeah. This says can be used as a fishing lure, but that's a lie, it can't. Only the uncooked fillets can be used as a fishing lure. See? Can't attach the bait. So that tooltip's wrong. Mm-hmm. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah. How many is this? Just counted as 1,000, roughly. It's not enough, but it'll at least. I can't just be sitting here the whole time. This is the fog ambient music, isn't it? Hmm. The bold play is to take a 2-hour nap inside. That's the bold play. The smart play is to go back home. I need to go with the smart play as much as I want to go the bold play. Oh well. I'm gonna bring this back with me. Oh, would you look at that? Pass. Free pass helicopter. Next level, short point 4. Okay. Maintenance upgrade, damage upgrade. Darn. I had hopes that would have nails on them. It would save me some time. West Point clearing coming from Crossroads. Thinking the pizza plot. You mean Pizza Whirl on the edge? American Tire is always good. You could also do the standard West Point route. Which do you think is more easy? You said you're coming from Crossroads, but that is Crossroads and Muldraw clear? How aggressive are the zombies? Are they pinpoint hearing? How often are your helis? How often metas? These are variables that I need to know. Yeah, it's all clear. Okay. So, and what are the settings? Is it rat race or like, okay, so rat race settings. Are you using cars? Not there. Okay, so you're not using cars. Close to RV, LV Crossroads? You mean this area up here? And you're thinking Pizza Whirl, which is here, or the American Tire. You're up here? Too close to LV for cars. So you're up here or over here? Which one? Are you on Salt River on the far side, or are you on the close side that has the railroad? Okay, so you don't want to do... Okay, that's understandable. That's an understandable fear. The first place I did. So this area? North of Muldraw. Wait, so you're down here at Crossroads. Yeah, this is Crossroads. Okay, so you're playing on rat race settings. What would I do in that situation? Are you post 5 years in? Like past 5 years? You're clear to this intersection here. 3.6. So because rat race settings, I'm pretty sure rat race settings 0 to 5 on the house alarms, right? A house alarm in this area will stir it up. So you have to be wary of that. Is any of this area clear or is it all full? Like, did you do McCoy? Because claustrophobic doesn't matter. It's not relevant. All full. Okay, so you can't do that side. You said you've cleared up to this location here. You're probably roughly about... That seems like 50k in, yeah? You're around 50k kills? $12k? Yeesh. I've been keeping it out shout levels. Okay, so you said you're here. How established is this rotation? Like this area over here? You said you're at 12k? Cleared and fully ready. I mean, you can try to establish something here, but this is next to the commercial district. So they're going to come down, and so is residential. You're looking at roughly about 40, like you understand, like I said 50k because I assumed the large of the area was really clear, but you're gonna have to push like through a lot of zombies. So this is setting up here is like you said, it's aggressive. Even setting up here is aggressive. I'm trying to think of where I would set up because this area is clear-ish unless you've had a lot of sounds. Also, where did your helicopter happen? So where did your helicopter happen? That's going to play a big factor. In Echo? Okay, so then you're good then. You don't have to worry about this area being stirred up at all. You could even go as far as to like live on this beachhead for a while until you're, or arguably even this beachhead. But the thing is you're going to want to be cautious in this area. I'm most comfortable going West Point. So, but these beachheads are not terrible. The only problem is mall zombies coming down if you're too noisy. So there's roughly about 5k in this campground. that could come over if you're too noisy, like if you're driving cars, especially. Like even a quiet car in Rat Race would be able to pull mall zombies down and this campsite over. Valley Station would crawl against the side of this and get stuck. This side is not bad. And then you could make a push for the American Tire, but they're going to push you back. The thing is even if you establish in the Pizza World or in the American Tire, wherever you choose to establish, in the gas station down here, in the storage units down here, this storage unit is amazing, by the way. But the even if you choose any of these locations, the farmstead that's out there, it's good. West Point's got teeth and it's going to push back. So you got to expect that. So even if you're shouting at shouting level, the second you move over to one of the cells that has a lot of zombies in it, they're going to get stirred. So you're going to want to be ready to back off and then take it. Because what you have to do is do a dance with West Point. You got to dance with them. So when West Point starts to show its teeth, you back off. And then you go back in, and you know, so establishing maybe a couple of soft spots along the route here wouldn't be a bad call as well. So like maybe set up a wall of some kind that's like down here, and or set up little hubs. Like I would do a hub here because this area is already clear usually. So I would set up a little hub there, and then maybe do a tiny hub here, but expect to get pushed out and don't sleep there. Like if you can avoid it. Like sleeping too close to West Point when it's not really clear is a bad call. But yeah, I would lean towards caution. But my most comfortable route is clearing out this side and then going from west to west, because then at least once you've done that, you know that less zombies are going to be it's just a more comfortable route given look at West Point's layout. All of this area here is clear-ish, right? You see how much space there is to organize stuff once all of this is tidied off. Yeah, sure, there's a few thousand in the mansions and there's thousands of zombies out here, so you're netting out about like this is the most comfortable route from here to here. But if you have to choose the southern route, I would set up little spots that I can rest at, and then I would take my time with it. There's no rush. But and then you decide where you want to base. If you want to base in the Pizza World, or you want to base in the gas station or the American Tire, that's not too terrible. You could also base on the bridge, but be warned, Valley Station's likely to come down, so especially if you're making a lot of noise and setting off alarms. So what's going to happen is if you were 5 years in and there was no chance for alarms, then that would be fine. Like it would be easy to approach West Point. But because it's not 5 years yet, and I'm pretty sure that Rat Race settings run alarms at 5 years, those alarms will pull Valley Station, these zombies. It'll pull all of the zombies that are loose end out here further in. So those zombies could flank you, and you got to be careful. Well, so American Tire is located in a location that kind of keeps it a little away from the bridge, so it's not so bad. They will trickle over the bridge, but and they'll sort of plug up the bridge, so you'll have to clear it later. But the biggest concern is house alarms over the next 1 point. You said you were what? You were 3 years and change in, almost 4 years. Yeah, so you want to keep killing, keep your killing count high and your calories good, sort of maintain yourself, but like you're going to want to keep killing until eventually West Point as a whole breaks and you can start moving into the town proper. Don't ever let your guard down, and then like you're going to be killing about maybe between 50 and 80k before you finally broken West Point's back. And then most of around the 50k mark is when West Point really gives, and you're able to walk around the town no problem. So because that's what happened to me in my PB run. I was here, right here, and then around 40 to 50k. I went in a single day. I went from this house here all the way to Thunder Gas in a single day. One day. Was able to travel over halfway into West Point and then just clean out the rest. And then I moved into the Gigamart. So I promise you, it feels endless. It feels like you're never going to break it. But then one day they just break and you're able to just walk around the town like you own the place. So, but take your time with it. There's no need to rush. And if your Moodles are in a bad place, back off, rest, recoup. It's important that you don't like overdo it. But yeah, I would say that Pizza World is a bit aggressive. American Tire and the gas station, they're all aggressive points of stance. Yeah, even if you're shouting, by the way, you're not going to be pulling every zombie in, because there's zombies that get lost and are slow, and like sometimes they get wandery, like especially if they're in the player zone, they'll wander and then you walk away, right? And then they're in a new cell, so they get to walk around that new cell. So it may seem clear. Don't trust it, like at all. Zero trust. Hopefully that gives you some ideas of points of attack on West Point. This area generally is very light unless you've stirred up the mall and Dali Station and this campground. Then this area would be scary. Oh, you're transitioning to Whistle. See, whistles didn't exist in 41, but whistles are slightly better than shouting. Like that might pull in more, so that might give you a little bit more ease. But that said, I wouldn't trust it fully until I was at least above, like, 50, 60k, something like, or like between 40 and 50. Because I think it was 44,000, but I don't remember exactly. I'd have to go back and watch a bit of my PB run to see where I was at with that. But yeah, 215 are your actual kills. You meant into West Point. Yeah, you're 12k into West Point. Yeah. West Point roughly is about 80k. Yeah, I figured your kills were higher in general and that your combat stats are great. But even with the maxed out character, approaching a town in the wrong way is dangerous. So, I like I said, I figured you were doing fine because I've seen you run. Like I've seen you doing good. But that said, just approach it and be cautious. Because a maxed out character with high moodles is still like is putty. Is just meat walking around. Yeah. So be careful and take it to the end. You're doing good. Hopefully that helps. But yeah, it's like 40 to 50k into West Point is when I would recommend that you're able to start moving in. Unless the zombies got displaced heavily somehow, which is possible with the house alarms. Like if you had a house alarm in McCoy Estates, that would pull some of the West Point zombies out. And they would be misplaced. Yeah, no problem. I like the idea of like trading strats and discussing stuff like that. It's important. Because then we can all survive as long as absolutely possible. And plus, there's times where my ideas and my strats will be wrong as well. So it's good to kind of see if we're all in the same headspace. And if I end up being wrong, then folks can say it, right? And be like, oh. And then I'll give my take on why I believe whatever it is. Yeah, that's one of my favorite parts of the Zomboid community is that we all kind of will share information back and forth, regardless of, like, you know, it doesn't matter. It's nothing secret. There's no, like, secret tech or secret strategies. We're all quite, like, we share. How long is the playlist? It's not very long. It's only 20 hours. I'm probably missing some of it because I know Lamprey was updating his playlist over time before I got it. Yeah, I know but it's just how it is. If it ends up being too short a playlist, I'll try to go over and see if I can find the other songs. Like, because I know that it was, what was it? It was roughly, I don't know, still, it's not like the songs are that bad, though. Could be. And the songs are all good songs. There's a couple songs that I would consider adding to the list, but I don't want to change the playlist, right? So it would have to be songs that were in the original playthrough. So I'd have to go back and like look and try to find. They were all classic songs though, like this, like, right? But this was a list that was given to me. So, but like I said, if this was like halfway through the original playthrough, I want to say something like that was when I was gifted with it. So I was like, there might be a couple of new songs, and also he did take a few songs off because I think he was hearing them too often. Either that or they just didn't come up in the shuffle, right? Because sometimes that happens too. Sometimes you don't hear a song forever and then it appears in the shuffle and you're like, what the heck? When did this song get put back in? Because it's not as random as it would seem. But you know that it's not really. Stretch. Can't see. Sorry. Carpentry chisel. This is why a dish towel is actually really good. How would they put them so close to shore? I think that there would be something to like, nudge them back a bit. This is gonna have extra time as a result. I might look for other nodes. I'm gonna light this just to be warm. Let's find a different node. Solid. Hmm? Hey, Sui. Hey, Sui. You having fun? You're playing some really interesting games. There was like a package game, and then another one. It was like going through some review keys, huh? It was really cool. Hopefully you had a good stream. I'm having a good day. I'm making progress. Doing some Zomboid. Yeah. Did the games were they to your liking? Also, if you need to get self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. Hopefully things are going well. And the new year is good for you. Yeah. Put that thing. Red? Okay. Yeah, I'm having a good day. Today's been pretty solid. We're managing to play the weight game and fight our weight, which is good. We've had 10 total helis so far. And we will be up in the difficulty soon. I'm gonna spin the wheel though to see what I get for upping the difficulty. Because as much as I want to do pinpoint hearing, and it would be a good idea to do so, it's supposed to be scaling, so it's supposed to be somewhat random what we get. I need to stick to that. And I'm gonna try my best to. Yeah. It's rainy and miserable at the moment though. Yeah, it's another cloud. Bubble raid. Another cloud. Hopefully you had a good raid, or you had a good raid. Hopefully you had a good stream too. Ad raid. But bad timing. Sorry. Most of the time. Yeah. My bad. I'm sorry. Like, I'll wait until after to greet you guys, I guess. Uh, still feel bad. Bad timing on my part. The delay, the ad should be done with the raid is done. Yeah, that's true. There's a little bit of delay, but I hope that I don't have too much of a delay, and that it's like just a little delay. But yeah, hopefully you guys had a good stream. You're back? Wait, back. Does that mean that you're back from the ads? If that's the case, I do appreciate you. Thank you very much for the raid. Make sure to get yourself Karen, as you do. But yes, do appreciate you both. Did I do all the thingies? Yeah, I think. Oh, I didn't do my little intro thing. Here, I'll do that really quick. Hello and welcome. My name is Allison and I go on adventures. I enjoy tea, music, and challenging video games. I love my partner Emma, and I love frogs. My pronouns are she, her, and generally I'm pretty content. It's nice to meet the new people, and if you are returning, welcome back. Let us continue our adventure wherever it may take us. Highs and lows, ebbs and flows. We're in it together. Peace. How's my playthrough going? Yeah, it's been going really good. We've been making progress. I've got to attack the zombies before they attack me, though, here soon. And then we'll be upping the difficulty shortly here in this in-game month that's coming. So I've got a little wheel that I can spin. That is right. Give me one sec. This one. That one. Is it this one? No. It's not quite picking it up right, is it? There it is. It should work properly though, but it's essentially it just is going to, yeah. Lost my best attempt so far in time 16, walking on broken glass. Oh no. That's like train first aid 101. Oh, when that happens, it's usually in a bad time though. But you got a new one going. Nice. That's good to hear. There we go. So that's my little wheel of difficulty that will be slowly scaling this run to be harder and harder. So we started this run off with time 16, and it's absolutely Tui. I do very much appreciate you, and I hope things go okay with your review keys, as well as the other things that are going on in your life at the moment. You know, take care of yourself. Recovering too slow, but foraging. Got sick and died a slow, nauseous death. Oh, yeah, don't eat the mushrooms. Don't eat the mushrooms. Never eat the mushrooms unless you know for sure they're curable. And that said, you can nibble on poison berries, but don't don't go all in on the poison berries. Yeah. Yeah, there's certain things that are zomboid rules if you want to survive. And eating the mushrooms is dangerous. There are sometimes time. I swear I just ate cooked bugs. Oh, those can cause nausea as well. Some of the bugs are poisonous. Yeah. And some of them are poisonous, but even if you cook them. Yeah, so be careful. Don't go too ham on the bugs. Yeah, they'll build up poison. Not a whole lot, but if you combine it with drinking like tainted water, or stuff like that, you'll basically stack on too many poisons and it'll kill you. But yeah, it can be pretty rough. Thankfully, though, you got a new one going, and hopefully that new one it'll be going good. Yeah, there's still a lot to learn in terms of the early game and then the mid game, and then kind of getting your groundwork, and then eventually you'll die to like one or two things. Like you'll narrow it down. Yeah. But yeah, so for this run, if you're curious what settings we're starting with, there's the settings to start. Essentially, we've got often helis, often metas, and let me think. Or no, there's no often metas. My bad. I turned those off because it was too difficult in the early game. So we'll be turning those back on later. As well as we will have pinpoint hearing eventually. And the character that I'm running for this one is there. Fix It Frog. It covers a lot of things, but we're also a 0 to hero based on the criteria that I have for 0 to hero, which is you're allowed to take whatever traits you want, but you have to start with puny, unfit, and slow metabolism. Well, you could start with fast metabolism if you wanted to, but it's weird if you do that. That's just like added extra calorie game that nobody wants to play. Yeah, I'm glad that things are going good. It's always nice to hear folks are achieving their runs. We were talking with a couple folks earlier about different strats, like what's up. I was asking about West Point, and that's the thing about Zomboid is you can always like talk to veterans can chat back and forth, and there's no hidden strat or anything. If you want to know what another veteran has, we trade strats, and we make sure that we are all trying to sort of stick it to the zombies as hard as we can, live as long as you can, you know. Absolutely. We want everybody on a personal best and to hold it as long as they want. As long as you want. You know, strive and succeed. Defeat the zombies in mass and become, you know, at one with Zomboid. But Chelsea, if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. And I'm gonna be here and grinding away at this group that's up ahead. We're going to be poking at them for quite some time. I don't expect they'll lighten up anytime soon, especially when we increase the difficulty depending on what we roll. Last time we rolled pinpoint hearing, this time we'll probably roll... part of me really wants to roll pinpoint hearing. Like, I really want to see that again. But pretty much all of the things on that list are set to make things tough. But this time we're going with a different weapon strat than we did last time when we died. Yeah, we'll see. We've got short blunts up to 4. We've got short blades up to 3. And axes are nearly 2, so I might just finish that so that it's 2. So we'll see how that goes. But we also worked a lot harder on carving, masonry, and knapping this time, so hopefully that'll benefit me in the near future. And we're much higher fishing than we were before, because I was spoiled by milk and the ability to just farm and, like, have cows. So, yeah, that first run, while blessed, was also a bit of a spoiler run, in a way. I was like busy absorbing the milk and enjoying that style of play that kind of is a lot easier. It's not that bad to play the easier way though. Definitely more efficient. Hey Bonds, how goes? You having a good day? Bonds is playing this really fun game that I seen recently. It's called Primordials. This is really weird, but kind of cool. It's like Cell meets Noida. I haven't played that game ever, but I played Noida before. You silly Bonds. Demo. I haven't played a demo proper since they were in cereal boxes. Back when you used to get, and it wasn't just one game on a demo, it was like a bunch of games and some trailers and stuff too. So you got like 2 or 3 games on the disc, as well as, yeah, the demo CDs in the cereal boxes. Yeah, those. Occasionally you got the ones that had the whole game in the cereal box too. Very rare, but it did happen. Do they still do cereal box toys, or is that like not allowed anymore? I don't think you're allowed to put things in food like that anymore. But, well, outside of, like, we have Kinder eggs and stuff like that that have like toys in them, which it says right on the packaging that they have a toy in them. So if anyone chokes, it's like, I mean, come on now. Please stop. Don't do that. I heard that in America though that they're allowed again, but I could be wrong. Maybe it's only in some states. Yeah, Kinder Chocolate is really good though. I do really like it. That chocolate, and not as good as there's a bunch of other chocolates that are more like that are better. Ah, that reminds me of when I was with Emma for holidays. This wasn't last year or the year before, I think, but um, we got these little chocolate discs that were amazing. BRB restarting. Alrighty, you do you. I'll be here. So long as my internet doesn't kick out or whatever it is. I don't know what's been with that lately. Hopefully it's, you know, I don't have to make a phone call to my ISP. I don't like calling them. I feel like I'm needy when I do that. It's like, okay, well, I've called them. The only times that I've was when there was big problems at one point. I was working with them and I was working with a couple of folks in support. This is ages ago, though. You're not needy. I appreciate that, Ponce. Reporting important statistics that are niche, and that if I look at my internet usage, it is ridiculous. Like, it is insanity how much I use the internet. You could bundle a couple of people together and it's still, they probably would equal about the same as the internet that I use. Which is probably why they constantly are phoning me trying to get me to buy their package of like TV and phone. I told them many times I don't want TV and phone. I have a cell phone, which is, you know, makes the phone part irrelevant unless I want to do a landline for business stuff, which we've already got a business phone. So it's like, okay, well, you know, not necessary. And then TV packages. I'm sorry, but there's not very much on TV that I'd be interested in watching that I wouldn't be able to, you know, get like via another method, like Amazon, like, you know, the Amazon or whatever, depending, right? The alternative methods? No, like, Emma likes to buy things on Blu-ray. So that's kind of what Emma's got a huge Blu-ray collection, like a giant one. It's like her hobby. And some of those boxes are amazing. Like the ones for Frieren. The ones for Frieren were really, really neat. They're metal boxes. I'm really looking forward to season 2, but we're watching Fate Zero right now. I don't really know how I feel about the characters at the moment. Like, I thought I liked some of the characters, but it's like, now I don't know. Because it's like, there's mixed feelings about some of the characters and their ideals and their thoughts. And, like, I mean, it's one of those things that's good writing. They have me questioning, like, things like that. I really like it. I need to go and get a new season of Free. Yeah, Emma is excited, but not like, we're not going to interrupt what we've already started, right? Because that's not the way we are. So we've already started to watch Fate Zero, and we said we were going to watch that one. So we're going to watch that first. Then we'll see what's next on our list. Furin definitely is on our list, though. MF Ghost. What is that? MF. Mystery. We watched Ghost in the Shell. That was the one we finished recently, and that was kind of sad to see it end. Like, I liked that series. It was cool. I like the Tachikomas and all that. It was neat. Okay, so the Primordials demo. I wouldn't play the demo. I would just get the game. And I probably will just get the game because I like Spore. So the upsell to me was just watching you play it. Like, let's be honest. I'll probably pick it up. I haven't really played a demo and since early access games, technically, I guess. We can call early access games demos, right? I mean, kind of. The demo is basically just the game. I mean, a lot of games do that. Sometimes they have the whole game available in the demo, and then they just put a kill box around the character. And then what's really funny is sometimes you can get out of the kill box. So, you know, then you can go explore the whole game. But I still prefer to support the developers when I can, because they work really hard on the games that they're creating, and I want them to be able to continue to do so. And the only way you can guarantee something like that is by making sure that they receive currency. Right? Because if there's no market for it, then they won't exist anymore. They'll be gone. They'll go away. But I also want to support games that have good folks, right? I don't want to just support things and then they end up like, I don't know, like, yeah. How are we doing for weight? Right, food? No. I gotta head back. Yeah, there's value in seeing the demo. Also seeing if your system can handle it. Because my system's starting to turn into a potato. I mean, and I'm a little sad about that my system is finally reaching that point where it's kind of, yeah, it's becoming potato. Yeah, well, yeah, because of the whole things starting to skyrocket in price. Yeah, it sucks. And I don't want to buy anything new until, like, I move in with Emma. So by the time I move in with Emma, I'm looking at, like, a ridiculous cost. Thankfully, I will get Emma's sort of old PC. And Emma's old PC is 400% better than this PC. So it'll be a straight upgrade. But... 1050 Ti. My graphics card is not a potato though. That's the one purchased part that we got before. So we noticed that one of the graphics cards was on sale, and we picked it up. So then I installed it, and it's fairly good. Have a good sleep. Yeah. My CPU is what holds my PC back. It's definitely bottlenecking everything. But that said, we're doing the best we can with the tech that we got. And I'll upgrade when I move in with Emma, when I'm stable and things are good. And we'll also start a proper schedule then too. Let's look around for fish. Nice. There's some. Yeah, I'm definitely not looking forward to seeing the price at the end of it, but at least then I won't have to upgrade for a while. And I'll actually be able to play games again at moderate settings. I do hope that game companies, as a result of this whole like nonsensical AI BS and increase in prices, also code things to be better a little bit in terms of usage. Because I feel like lots of games have been getting away with having a lot of like leakage and problems. Yeah, because they had the room before. Now they don't, because it's going to be costly, so people aren't going to want to spend. So you can't afford your own. Oh well, but you got mom guilt. That's oh, I can understand like wanting to. So, when I received because I received a tax return for business and whatnot last year, right? I spent a good portion of it upgrading Emma's PC because I wanted Emma to be on the best gaming rig, right? And we had hopes that I would be there already. So, you know, Emma would have brand new PC, I would get the other PC, and easy peasy, right? Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. And now it's been months later, and I'm still waiting for a response from Sweden. So hopefully Sweden gives me a response back. I'm like it's so annoying. Yeah, no, I know. I like that. Trust me. I like out of like I'm waiting. I'm waiting there, but I'm patient. I will wait if I have to. If I know something good is coming, and something good is coming, so it's like I'll wait. I don't mind. That's just how it is. That's how I've always been. It is like I mean it'll be fine. You can get visa-free travel to Europe. Oh, that's hype. See, I can travel there, no problem. The relations between Canada and Sweden is good, so I can go there whenever I want. It's just I can't stay more than 90 days, and that's inconvenient to have to leave the country every 90 days. So having an extended living arrangement is better, and there's several ways I can go about it. So we're trying the easiest way right now, but later on we'll see about the other ways. But fingers crossed. Fingers crossed it all works out and that I don't have to worry. you're silly, Bonds. I can't look at Reddit seriously. The only times I like going on there is if I'm reading stuff that is like sometimes there's interesting stories, especially even in the PZ section. There's interesting stories in there. Yeah, it's good to have good relations. Australia's scary though. That place is like absolutely scary. I saw a cool type of frog recently, which is unsurprising. The frog I seen was from Africa. It like has like claws. It was cool. While fighting fires all over your country. See, yeah. One of our roads recently flooded into the sea. That makes it sound like the whole thing just was like, you know what, we're gone. The road's gone now. It's over. No longer is it's not a road, it's a canal. The road that was on fire. It stopped the fire mostly. The top of the water's still burning, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. It's some intense flames. Can relate though, because those are the types of natural disasters that I have around me, is fires. So can relate to powerful fires. Thankfully, we haven't been evacuated from a fire in a while. Do you want to buy some trees? It's true. Paper industry is good. It's a solid industry. Eucalyptus. Highly flammable trees. Oh. Yeah, lots of fires unfortunately are started by people, whether it's intentional or unintentional. It's usually like it was more than what was it? 50% was humans doing it. Them kids having their bonfires in the woods. Those bonfire parties. Definitely don't know what that's like. Nope. Never been to one of those. The more you describe it. Yeah, Australia is a scary place. You guys keep finding new spiders. Makes me want to go there and like have a pet spider. Like, get one, put a leash on it, bring it back. But I don't think they'd let it through customs. You're bringing what with you? Just this. It's my spider. Yeah, they do. So when and it can get worse. It can get to a point where it's like even with technology, it's unfightable. Like you can't like there's no it needs to just burn itself out because it's too much. And it just keeps like making more and making more. And then what's good and bad about a forest fire is the forest fire makes it more lush for the next year. So there it you know, it's more lush for the next year, and then it's more lush for the next year, and then suddenly another forest fire happens because well it's ready to burn again. You're a volunteer firefighter. Nifty. Nah, I've never done firefighting. I know a handful of firefighters though. Let's see. Give me a little bit more fish, please, of good quality. The thing is, though, to get closer relations to Canada, all you have to do is say, hey there. Canada will be like, okay, sounds fine. Sure. We're okay with that. Sounds good. The easiest friend ever made. It's like... That's the truth, though. It's like, it's not hard to befriend Canada. Don't even need to get us gifts. You just wave at us. Wave at us with a smile. We'll wave back. Yeah, you can complete stranger. Complete stranger in the line. You can just have a chat with them. And they'll talk to you. It's just like, it's fine. Some folks are a little awkward about it, of course, because that's going to be the way. But I mean, if you want to, like, I mean, especially when we're waiting for stuff. It's just like, it's fine. I mean, this person wants to talk to me? Sure, why not? Okay. Very approachable. Hey there. How's it going there, bud? In Australia, two friends leave. Yeah. Because that's the whole easygoing thing, right? I mean, there's just no need to stress out or anything. We're good. Easygoing. Transfer.
You're amazing.
Thank you very much for the follow. Do appreciate. It's funny to me. I'm amused. See, the thing is about that as well is that my heritage is British. I'm British. That is part British. The UK is great. They're just a little strange sometimes. That's all. No, don't be sorry for me. Let's be tough. No. Well. In some ways, yeah, some ways, no. As a half-Brit yourself. Most Australians are a sizable portion British, yeah. It's almost like Australia was like a prison colony or something, you know? It's so strange. I need to get my weight back up. That should level it out, yeah. Yeah. Mine is British, and then I'm actually part Ukrainian as well, which is interesting. This is where my work tendencies come from. You wouldn't surprise me, Bonds. You're crazy. You're crazy. And I'm crazy, but not in that way. Like, I wouldn't play sprinters all the time. Maybe, actually, if I had gotten into PZ instead of Overwatch during those days when I was much more Octane, those days where that I had that level of energy, I would probably have done sprinters. Yeah, I probably would do sprinters all the time. But that's a different timeline and a different version of myself. I like sprinters and think they're fun, but yeah, we would need alternate timeline version of me that never got into Overwatch. You're releasing something to replace those two? I still never really got into Dota, unfortunately. I was just curious about it, but I didn't quite, which is how it is sometimes, right? I had it downloaded. I just never got around to playing it. Yeah, it's just how it is. Sometimes you just can't. I like a lot of those memes though, where people like coordinate a team and then they're like their whole team consists of different things, like that one that was like Will Smith, is like West Philadelphia, born and raised. Is their team members, or the one that was like Gaben. All right, you wander, enjoy, have a good one. I'm gonna fish until I'm able to go and fight. I don't think that one's real. I thought I accidentally clicked eat. Don't almost have enough fish to make this work. Nice. Get rid of you, get rid of you. Everything else we'll keep. Be cool if you could forage up a garbage can. Jump scare. Mhm. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe, probably? I am not sure the history on the music, I just like the songs. But that said, it's interesting if that's the case. Some music I know the history of, but it's one of those things where it's like, you know, specific. Some folks are encyclopedic with that kind of stuff though, right? I know some folks that are like that with movies. It's crazy. Like they can list off every actor, every actress, every like person that does special effects, the directors, the producers, everything. It's like crazy. You like my Caro cap? Caro? Probe? I appreciate the compliment. It's in the game too, see? That's actually where my hat originated from. Was from this mod. Yeah. Now Red's stolen it away. It's gone. Frog time is over for the time being. It's okay, I'll get him back with a stretch and a, and a hydrate later. He can't stop me. Not unless he gets rid of the buttons, to which then I would still find a way to do it. Mini stretch. That's an interesting use of first. Cause my stream had a little derp in the beginning, so it's broken. So both in Rhett and Celeste get a first today. I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe. Interesting that you know that like every song that the bands have done. That's kind of cool. I wish I was inclined in that way. I am somewhat in some ways, but it depends. I have hyper fixations on certain things. They are famous songs, you aren't wrong. They are really good songs. But that's the thing, sometimes I won't even know what a song's name is, or the artist that sings it, or anything. I'm just like, I'd sing along, you know, just enjoy. Was it Metal Gear? Oh, nice. That is a game that I haven't played in an eternity. I'd be for watching Emma play that series out, though. I'd watch Emma play lots of things. Was in Guardians of the Galaxy. I see. I heard my name, what's up? I talk about you sometimes. It's just the way that I am. Although you know that, though. Like, it isn't secret information. Can't help it. Emma's great. Actually the best. How's Zombug going today? It's going pretty good. We managed to stabilize weight, so I'm content with pushing forward as best I can. We'll see how far I can manage that.
You're amazing.
Very much for the follow. Do appreciate it. Getchies. What are those piles? Those are charcoal. Sorry. They're very easy to craft, so I just can throw them up. They can distract the zombies a little bit and block their path. That said, I don't use them too often because I don't really think about that very often, as well as it can be a bit cheesy, the fact that I can kind of just like create an infinite barricade charcoal thing. But it is part of the kit that I have, right? So I should use some of it sometimes. Must be in great shape? Not really, no. Actually, we're 3 fitness. Yeah. I'm very good at balancing myself. Due to the length of time I've been playing the game and all of that. It's very much, it takes practice, right? And I pick my moments. If I get too tired, I run away, because that's what you should do. Recoup. Come back when your stamina is good. Thought you had night vision goggles? No, I cat's eyes, I think. It makes it easier to see at night. Plus, that night wasn't the darkest it can be. The game has a moon cycle. So if you open up the forage tab, you can actually see that the moon, right? And you can see that this isn't a new moon. So it's like a crescent. So it's a little bit easier to tell what kind of night it is, right? So it's not as dark as it could have been. It was pretty dark, but not as dark as it could have been. Yeah. Alright, there's a little bit of zombies behind the house. But we're almost done with this area of zombies. Am I playing with respawns on? No. Respawns are off, but it's times 16. So that what that means is it's the maximum zombie population. And I turned off the Varori noise thing as well to make sure that we have the most zombies. Although that's not really relevant. You're generally, by the time you've killed your fill, it's you've killed into the hundreds of thousands, and you're you know, your character will die long before that, probably. Outside of very specific styles of play, which we hope to achieve, but we'll see. I got overwhelmed last time. That was my last death. Yeah, it is fun to just clear the world. And if I was going for a ridiculously high kill count, the easiest way to do that actually currently would be with pipe bombs. You group the zombies up consistently, use high respawn, keep the cell that you're in very chill, utilize generators to group the zombies up, and then pull them towards you, pipe bomb them, and you could get a ridiculously high kill count that way. However, there's a lot of folks that really prefer to do it the melee way. The Million Club was started by two people who actually meleeed the zombies to death. That was what they did. So they did it all with melee. No pipe bombs. No fire. No cars. Well, they use cars, but not to run the zombies over. Just to pull the zombies in. And as far as I remember, the world record actually is still going up. It was like 1,000,000 and some change. So like 1,000,000. Last I checked, it was 1,004,000, but it is done by Shivas BR. He's a Brazilian streamer. And then, yeah, the other one was Twist on Fire, but that character's retired. And shout out for Shivas. There you go. See if you want to check him out when he's doing his Zomboid stuff. I think he's been playing a lot of multiplayer lately, though. Because, well, I mean, as you would if you've already hit the 1,000,000, but he does want to finish Louisville. So last I checked, he was doing that. So yeah, you should go check him out. He does speak English as well. So, but you know, obviously Brazilian streamer, mostly speaks Portuguese. I think it's Portuguese. I know like one word in that language. Hydrasau, I think. Hydrasau. Because I like to water streamers. It's a habit of mine. I wander around and I'll water and stretch streamers. I don't know what that means. Naturally. Means thank you. Oh, nice. That's a good one. Yeah, but you don't need particularly high fitness to kill zombies. You do need high fitness though to kill lots of zombies. Like if there was more back to back, we would need more. But thankfully we're not killing big groups yet. We're killing small groups. Or do they despawn? So the zombies will wander off and or try to attack the player. There is a mod that exists that lets you like tame a zombie by tying a rope to the zombie. And then you can bring it back to your house and you can like store stuff in the zombie and it becomes like a kind of like a pet zombie. But that said, from what I heard, if the rope gets broken at all, the zombie becomes hostile again. So you gotta be careful. That said though, I mean, having a pet zombie would be kind of cool. Makes me think of Shaun of the Dead a little bit. When you go to character create and specific traits, there's a specific set of traits I look for when making a character. It depends on the playthrough. So if I'm playing a specific challenge, I include the challenge criteria first. So whatever challenge criteria that is necessary. So like, let's say for this one, for Zero to Hero, or at least my version of Zero to Hero,
You're amazing.
it requires unfit, puny, and slow metabolism. So I need to make sure I have those three traits, right? But then afterwards, I will look at what kind of playthrough am I doing. In this case, I'm doing a scaling playthrough, and I went for efficiency in terms of leveling skills and trying to make sure that I have a decent swath of everything to level fairly quickly on everything. Because it's, that's the point of this run, is to go as far as I can, and I wanted to sort of generalize my skills. That said, though, it depends on what kind of playthrough you're doing and or if you're playing multiplayer with friends or not. I recommend Police Officer very often for multiplayer because a lot of the time in multiplayer you can get guns and you can shoot and go have fun. Guns are fun little toys to play with in Zomboid and amusing, and they ragdoll stuff and it's fun, right? That said, it just depends on what style of play you enjoy. Most of the professions can be argued for in their different ways, whether they lean particular to certain things. That said, you don't always have to go for efficiency. You can also go for role play if you want to role play something, or if you want to so you need to make your own choice on what you want for your playthrough, because it's not always about min-max. Sometimes it's about, I want to role play as a farmer in the middle of nowhere that's very protective of their farm, or maybe you want to be a a military officer that's a veteran that smokes. It's kind of like Bill from Left 4 Dead. It just depends, right? I'm looking for join another server. It's like RP. While I don't RP, I'm kind of throwing together a blacksmith. Okay, so you want a blacksmith that just grunts at people. That sounds like you might join Gamer's server then. But the let me think. So a blacksmith that's just grunting at people. Then you'd want to go, you've already got the blacksmith training, so you could go for a lot of other stuff that's specific, right? Things that you don't like to level, I would recommend getting points in that. Specifically for multiplayer, you want to take things like vehicle knowledge to make leveling mechanics easier, and you want to lean towards things in the game that make it easier for you specifically, because each person's different, right? And each person likes some things and dislikes other things. Hi, by the way, so it's all up to preference at the end of the day. So while I could give you a bunch of different styles of blacksmith build, you also have to look internally and decide what traits you like and what traits you don't like, and then go from there as well. Because maybe I like slow learner, and I feel like that one's like, well, I don't like using these words, but free points, right? Because I don't believe any of the skill traits are free. But that said, let's say I believe slow learner is imperative, right? Might not be for your playstyle. Maybe you like to fast learner, right? So then your points have to be transferred in that way. So it just depends, right? And then it's also if you're going to not level something, like if you're in a roleplay scenario where you're the blacksmith, maybe you'll never have to level mechanics, so you don't need the extra points from vehicle knowledge, right? Stuff like that. So, because maybe you have a mechanic dedicated on the server. But then it also depends how self-sufficient do you want to be. It's up to you really to decide those things, right? And there's no wrong answer. But yeah, if I were to build a blacksmith... Yeah, it would be very dependent on who's on the server, but... Yeah, if you always take those, then but you always feel like you're taking too many traits. So then you could limit yourself. If you feel like you're taking too many, limit yourself. You can implement some kind of limiter. Be like, I'm only allowed to take this many good traits. Because it's not like you could take no traits, and no traits doesn't feel that bad actually. Especially if you've played Zero to Hero. Like a lot of us have, because we all kind of get that itch after a while. And if you've never played Zero to Hero, you could give it a try. I wouldn't do it on a multiplayer server though. Because Zero to Hero is meant for single player. It's not really meant for a multiplayer scenario. I mean, you can do it. It's just, it takes so long to level up fitness and strength that usually it's not really worth your time given how the longevity of multiplayer servers lasts. Generally speaking, a multiplayer server will last a few months. Do Zero to Hero on multiplayer. No, you won't be fighting much. Unless you're planning on not fighting. If you're planning on just being base blacksmith, like, you don't want to fight. And there's nothing wrong with that either. Everybody loves base mom and dad. Base mom and dad are the core of any survival group. They keep everyone going and, you know, striving. If you're a week or two late, that doesn't matter. Some people die left and right on a server. Even if you're like a couple of weeks late or even a year late, it's like it's fine. It'll be okay. It sounds fun to running a so it seems like a 24-hour server. So kind of like Frog. Frog is 24 hours. Frog isn't an RP server though, so it'd be more like Gamer's server, where it's light RP and people are RPing, but if you don't RP, they won't push it. Like they'll be like, oh, okay, this person's not gonna RP, that's fine, and they'll move on, right? Like because they're enjoying their version of the apocalypse. Like I'm not very good at RP, so I just kind of light RP as myself. It's just easier for me, so I don't. Like, if I remembered to, like, change the name of the character to, like, something random, I would roleplay as whatever that character was. But, yeah. When I was on Gamer's server, I just was, I was like, a clean freak. Spent my time I even cleaned up an entire parking lot. But then I got a bit burnt on multiplayer. So I was like, I need a break. Do some other stuff. And I don't see multiplayer and duoing as the same thing. So like if they're not quite the same in my head. Okay. Just gonna put that there, and I'm gonna pause for a moment, and I'm gonna be right back, alright? Okay, BRB. Okay. Rushing back. Just give me 1 sec.
You are amazing.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Do appreciate it. I think it's funny. Why? It doesn't look like it would be? Yeah, it looks more like a Sims, doesn't it? I guess that is kind of interesting, yeah. Your old PC's RAM usage when you played this? Oh, you should definitely increase the RAM that you give it on Void and then make sure that you're restarting it every 5 or so hours. 4 to 5 hours, and then... Because there is a memory leak that exists in the internet, which sucks. But, you know, it is what it is. We do what we can with the best that we can, right? But that's what I would recommend. I probably should restart my game right now. But I'm stubborn. You know what? We talked about it just now. Let's restart it. Yeah, download more RAM. Yeah, totally. Yeah, let's do a quick restart because it is roughly 5 hours. Wait, that exists? Why doesn't every program, why doesn't that exist for everything? It used to be a terrible, but now it actually works well for many cases. Really? So why aren't they using it more? Is there a downside? What's the downside? There has to be a downside. Why otherwise this technology would be being used. Take some CPU work. Okay, but now our CPUs are pretty good though, aren't they? Strange. Okay, I see. Yeah, I would love that to be a thing so that for like having Zomboid not build up its RAM to the point where it starts bugging out, because that's what happens after about 5 hours. If you go for longer, it slowly starts to creep up and things start to get weird. Sound starts to go and disconnect from the game, and then starts to do this weird thing where it starts out where you know, you can count it. It's like a few seconds, and then all the sounds play at once, and then a few more seconds of silence, then all the sounds play at once again. It's like it's strange. I've had quite a lot of strangeness happen in Zomboid, but usually it's because I've been playing Zomboid for a long time. And in fairness, I don't know if a lot of folks would be doing that. Like the average, like Rhett and I were discussing it once, and we're like, what is the average session of a Zomboid player? And we're like, you know, 5 hours is the average session of a Zomboid player. Maybe. there's not like the above average would be us going for like, you know, 12 plus. That's an above average session, right? And even longer, right? Your heart can't take more than that. I can play Zomboid for longer, but it depends. Like, it depends on the day, right? And some days I do. Some days I forget about forget about everything and just go. I like days like that because those are nice days. It means that I'm having a good time. If you see my little uptime thing down there go over 9 hours, it means that I'm having fun. That's what that means. And you guys can go back and see that I've been having fun quite a lot with like Hightail and with like we did what, a 19-hour stream just the other day, something like that. That was a good time. I like doing streams like that. Of course, I can't do one of those streams every day because I don't have that kind of energy. But I can do them fairly frequently. I could probably do one of those once a week. Probably. It'd be a bit of a push though, and I wouldn't want to do that. Like I said, I only do those kinds of streams when I'm having fun. So. Other than that, I also try to limit it because I want to spend time with Emma too. As well as sometimes I gotta work. But that'll change. Possibly. With hopes and dreams. Yeah, that was a split stream though. That was like, I think we did 5 or 6 hours of Zomboid, and then we did what was it? 14 hours of Hightail? Which Hightail was brand new, so we were wanting to experience it all. And I did. I experienced a fair amount of it. Like, we didn't finish it like 100%, like make the entire farming station to the max. I think our farming station was tier 5. But that said, that doesn't take too long to level it up. We were already hitting the point of exponential growth with the farm, so we would have finished the farm probably within a couple of growth cycles. The only thing that was really holding us back was trees, trying to figure out where the trees were. But yeah, I do streams like that because I want to, not because I have to. That's always how it's been. I don't ever feel like the obligation to do like a subathon or anything like that. I'm not like that. I don't like doing those kinds of things. Because I feel forced into it a little bit. And I wouldn't want that. We'll get those sorts of milestones naturally. I like doing that stuff for charity though. That stuff's fun. Like doing like a charity 24-hour or those kinds of things. Because it's like for something that matters. I'm hoping that we do special effects here in February. We'll see. It's like hit or miss depending on if folks are gonna want to. But fingers crossed. And then there's always the hot potato. I really like the hot potato. It was cool. Although I will make sure that if Cringer is after me again, that I hand him something that he prefers. He prefers the base being a disarray, apparently. So, like, if he's after me. But that said, we're very different in our play styles of things. So it's one of those things where maybe I'll do a little bit better understanding of the folks around me. Because I felt like I didn't pay enough attention. You fail more often than not. That's understandable. Some people do struggle to get their schedule to reset. Usually it's tough. It really is. Oh, I'm tired. Back off. But yeah. For me, I've always had that sort of endurance, and I can usually, from back when I used to play tons and tons of Minecraft, to even before then when I used to enjoy a lot of other sort of like console games. Yeah, I have sleep problems as it is anyways. So it's about balancing that out. It's not so much getting to sleep. The getting to sleep isn't so bad. It's the fact that my sleep pattern is strange. But when I do sleep, I usually get good REMs. So that's the trade-off. Sometimes I stir for a while. We'll see though. It's a bug, I don't need it. This will pick up and drop down, and then I will remove this. The reason why I keep building these little logs everywhere is they're crafting tables. Think like building a crafting table in Minecraft. If you have them around, all you need is a saw to produce them. And they give carpentry XP. So, not too hard to make. Beats having to carry around a crafting table. Because it's not like I'm not going to find a log. Ooh, so you have some insomnia. That's rough. You're so tired. Ah, they're older now, so it isn't so bad, thankfully. That's good. Maybe they can ease some of the burden. Do you believe in power naps? Because if you don't, let me sing the praises of power naps. A nap is fine. I couldn't find anything. More often you wake up feeling worse? I see. Interesting. Is that an intact puffer? That can't be an intact puffer jacket. No way. That's an intact, pristine puffer jacket. That is a good find right there for winter. Like, I like the regular jacket because it's not quite, but if in terms of insulation, this jacket wins hands down. It is intact puffer jacket. Yeah, I don't need to wear it now because, but that is a huge find. Like early in a run like this. Generally, it doesn't get that cold, but it can. It can get down to like into the minus 10 to minus 20 range, and that's, you're looking at wanting to have a little insulation. And because I want to wear the frog hat and want to wear the mask, they minus insulation from me because they don't have insulation, right? No, that sucks. I had to get you to look at me from a different angle. There we go. Yeah, we'll try and clear this out because I want to take this fence apart. Okay, we're done fence combating there. Yeah, that's unfortunate though that you can't really take power naps, that your body's just not good for it. Power naps are something that really can perk me up if I'm feeling really, really bad, but it depends. I found that actually I really needed to fix some of my diet as well, because I was eating the same things over and over again, and that's not good, as I was missing some things. So thankfully though, I'm doing better, being better about that now. Trying to get some variety in there. It was for like a month or so, I was just feeling terrible. It's because I was trying to just have quick meals. Okay, you're making your choices. Okay, I want to do these zombies in. Oh, I just realized that I actually can't take this fence apart. without having a saw, like a proper saw. Right? Yeah, hacksaw, simple saw, wood saw. I have to hope that I get enough nails to from the taking apart of the beds. %, 30 minutes before an alarm. Sounds awful. Sounds like you don't get to hit those REMs. I don't know. Mm. Gotta be careful with those dented cans. There's a chance they can be poison. We need to get some food. Oh, there's a couple of cards. Fresh apples. I actually don't know if I can use the dirty rags or not. I'm gonna try. Hello. It's going pretty good. Making progress. Nope. Can't use the... Has to be clean. One. Four. Sorry. Here, let's go. So that's 4 nails is enough to do the pottery bench. Morning. Alright, we have 8 total nails. So with said 8 nails, I'm going to make one. We need to make one. Oh, that reminds me. I knew I had 3 left. So I was like, I think we got enough. Really, dude? This is the earliest he can come. Or no, it isn't. No, the earliest would be the 15th. Never mind. Okay, he's being nice, I guess. I take it back. I'm sorry. One pass. 2 pass. 3 pass. That's it. 3 pass. Mm. Hmm. Hopefully we'll snag some fish, sate our weight, and then we'll be able to do some pottery and some blacksmithing. I'm really keen to get that on the go. Because let's face it, we've lived in the middle of like uh, of the open for quite a while, and I'd like to live in an actual like little home. Nice. Yeesh. Alright, we're almost there. Just gotta a couple more. Couple more fish. Hmm. Good morning. Early bird. Is it really early if my night? Like, I mean, but I guess. I rope round. Graveyard shift all the way into the morning. Ah, come on, fish, work with me. I just want to catch fish and go do blacksmithing stuff. The fish, they're trying my patience. They jump out of the water at me. Time for waffles and stretches. Oh, I wish I had waffles. I like waffles. They're like little pockets for syrup. They're very good. I don't have waffles right now though. I managed to catch a fish when you talked about waffles though, so keep talking about waffles in my book, please. I'd like to know more about waffles. They are greater than pancakes, because pancakes make me sick for some reason. I don't know why. It's just a strange thing. Waffles don't though, which is weird, right? I think it's either a consistency thing or something. I don't know. Because they're made of the same ingredients, are they not? And I can have the individual ingredients. I could even eat pancake batter. But when you make it into a pancake, it just doesn't fit. Like, I don't. Makes my stomach ache. That's true. Pancakes are a bit doughier. So perhaps it is a consistency thing. I bet you there's a style of pancake that I can't eat. But the last time that somebody gave me something that was pancake related, it made me sick. So I was like, oh, that's unfortunate. I need one more big one, please. Just one more big fish. A fish of moderate size, at least 1,000 calories. Which we have level 6 fishing, so we should be able to do it. And if I can get to level 7 fishing, apparently that'll finish my fishing journey. So I'll be keen. You drown yours in syrup? The last waffles I had was at a was actually while I was in the States, and it was really good. They were very good. They were like chocolate chip and I can't remember what else. It was chocolate chip and something though, and they were really good. I was there for PAX actually. It was cool. I like going to those kinds of things. Those things are cool. Yeah, a lot of those events though, they kind of got like really hurt by COVID. So thankfully they've been doing a lot more of them, but yeah, it does suck that that happened. Not big enough. Yeah, those gaming events are awesome. I got some of my favorite like shirts from those events. Not big enough. No, it's I'm not shaming the fish. It's just that calorically it's not large enough. That's not how that works. It's not a shameful thing. It's just it's not calorically well like big enough. It sucks some of the fun out of the sales when I'm explaining it, doesn't it? It's like, wait 1 second. You're not supposed to explain it. You're supposed to get bashful. No, I'll explain it. Because that's who I am. Can't help it. I state the obvious about a lot of things. I wish I could shut that off sometimes, but I can't. It's a part of my personality that exists, stating the obvious. Bleh. Some people can't see the obvious, though. You can't see their nose at the end of your face. You know? That's a 40, which means it's a big fish, calorically. Yeah, it's not bad. 800. I said I'd catch one more. These ones can go in there. Fun fact, I can take a portion of... Oh, no, I can't. I was going to take a portion of it, but the bait wasn't used up. Because that happens more often now. I'm noticing the bait's not getting used up all the time, and that's kind of nice. Higher fishing skill makes you catch bigger fish. Yeah, that is true. Not just bigger fish, but it increases your likelihood of catching, like, legendary fish as well. Especially when you get past, like, level 6, level 7. You start really being able to catch the good fish. The ones that are not quite as good as before. So, before there used to exist... Oh, it says that ads are playing. I'm sorry. I'll wait and continue that train of thought in a second. Little prompty message came up and said that I should wait. Alright, I was explaining, and I feel bad a little bit. Oh, you're immune. Oh, do you have turbo? Nice. Hype. Okay, well, I can continue explaining if you want, but I kind of would like to wait for the folks that are in ads. Because you know. Long story short, big fishing level means big fish. Yes. Goobers and ads. I mean, you know, it is what it is. The ads pay for Twitch, so I have to appreciate them. They pay for everything, right? Advertising is just how companies can make money. So if we didn't have ads, we wouldn't have Twitch. So we can't, you know. That is just how that works. There's ways around it. Turbo's my favorite way around it because that means people can get... you get to go most places in Twitch and not see ads. Unless you go to the big sporting events. Those big events still have ads, but obviously, because they're big, right? But that said, the sub one is up to the streamer. So here subs don't have ads, but sometimes, you know. Wait, really? What really? Yeah, we don't get really a choice in it. You get ads in sports? Like the big gaming events, like the tournaments and stuff like that. Turbo users will still get ads in those because they're really big, right? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, well, I mean the big companies pay Twitch to play their ads even through Turbo. You know, it's just how it is. It makes sense, right? Because they're big ticket events that people usually have to pay to get into. So if you're gonna watch them on Twitch, you know, they do big sports, yeah, sometimes. But if you don't go to those events, then you won't see them. Like, I mean, I don't really often go to those events, so I don't see them, right? Maximizing the value of Turbo by going and hanging out with all the different friends that I have is nice. All right, so now I need burlap. Thankfully, we've just made some long sticks, so I can do this. So what we need is a loom. Thank you, by the way. I like the little camp as well. It's nice to have like a little area that you can call your own, where you're not constantly being sieged. Although that will change at some point. We can appreciate it for now. And now I need logs. If this is where you're home, where's the walls and bathroom? The Project Zomboid character is has the Nox virus, and as a result, doesn't ever have to go to the bathroom ever again. As for the walls, I mean, I have walls. They're just made of charcoal. They're over there. See? See those charcoal hills? Those are my walls. You see those charcoal hills? Yeah, the ones that are like off screen. I had to go look at them. Some folks know they're there though. They're like the secrets. But yeah, that thing about the character having the Nox virus is my own headcanon, so it's not actually canonical. Like, so, yeah. Okay, there we go. We have a loom now. All your characters survive like a few days. It just takes practice, that's all. And you spend time and eventually you'll be able to survive as long as you want. I promise you that if you keep playing Zomboid, eventually you will have your Zomboid epiphany, where suddenly everything clicks and you will just never die again unless you're in dire straits. Which, like, I mean, because every one of us is able to die in the game. It's not, you know, but it takes a lot more to kill your character. So we now have made some burlap. Find a police vehicle, leave the sirens on. I mean, that'll only goes for so far, and the sirens eventually will go out. Because what'll happen is if you get out of render distance, the sirens will turn off. Plus a Molotov. I mean, you could burn the zombies, yeah, but you could also do it faster with a campfire than going to look for alcohol and, you know. There are ways to deal with that stuff. It's possible. Campfire's the easiest, though. 3 stones. 3 stones, then just light it with a drill plank. Super easy. You just grab some tree branches, a drill plank, a log, 3 stones. All of these things are very common comparatively to the alcohol that you were just mentioning. Unless you're playing on lower difficulties with higher loot volumes. And then you can find lots of alcohol very easily. Like I mentioned earlier, the easiest method for killing lots of zombies very quickly currently in Build 42 is pipe bombs, which is you group them up in a similar way that you just mentioned, and then you pipe bomb them down, and you can get like a sizable amount of kills that way. But that said, I prefer melee. That's just my preference. Okay, I'm gonna go get some sand now. Before we do that, though, I'm gonna make one more short bat. Gotta keep pocket sand. Yeah, I need sand, though, in order to craft the crucible. It's one of the requirements. Bag of sand. And then we can start doing metalworking. Or, well, blacksmithing. I'm happy to be at this stage, though. We're getting really close. We had a crucible last time, too. I didn't actually make it to the stage where we were properly making metal, though.
Hey,
Pocket sand is, Pocket sand, go! Yeah. Please go back to the beach. Yeah, I came here to grab sand, which is why we're here. But I might also grab one of those boxes and bring that too. Okay. Okay, we sculpt the crucible now. Kind of also want to sculpt some bowls because I haven't had a bowl in forever. Do you happen to use a boom arm for your microphone? Yes. Why? Can you hear it? Is that what you're... It's not that random of a question. You're asking setup questions, and that's fine. How did you manage to keep it out of the way of the keyboard? Oh, so the way that I have it set up is it's on the wall, and then I had to tether a wire to the ceiling to hold the weight of the microphone. So there's a wire that's tethered to the ceiling on a hook that keeps the weight of the microphone, and then it's horizontally in front of me. Does that make sense? You can't see your keyboard anymore? Oh, I don't need to see my keyboard. My keyboard doesn't need to have keys on it, like, that are visible. I don't have to... Like, so that's a benefit of just me being me, is I don't need that. I can type without seeing the keyboard. That was something that we were taught very, very a lot. But I also took well to it. Like, you know, the whole putting the tea towel over your hands kind of deal. But I never really struggled with that. You know, keyboard being the way that it is, you could swap the keys around and I would still be okay. I'd have to get used to the layout though. But that said, it's you know, it's just takes practice, I guess. If you use a keyboard a lot for your job or for your schooling or any of that stuff, you get really, really good at it. So we want to have I think we'll have an hour nap. It's not, I wouldn't say skill issue so much as just, it just takes practice, that's all. I wouldn't go as harsh as to say skill issue for that. That's just you need to learn over time. But yeah, if you find that it's too much, what you can do is shift your keyboard. Like if I were to do this, I could shift my keyboard to a visible location. The microphone is now adjacent to if the keyboard is here, right here, put the microphone there, right? Do you understand what I mean? Vertically, it's so you can still see your keyboard, and that way it just shift your setup a little bit. Like put your setup to an angle, but so that you can still talk. And then you would want to orient your monitors in a way that's diagonal. Like, so microphone, keyboard. So sorry, microphone, keyboard, and then your monitors would be like diagonal. So like here and there, so that you're facing the microphone when you're talking. Because that's a big thing that I struggle on it as well, is talking into the microphone. Sometimes I talk into my chest or into the wall, and like that's you know, it's best to talk into the microphone. That's what they're for. Yeah. Hopefully that gives a little bit of an idea. And helps. Hopefully it helps. What was I doing? I need to... But it feels like you wasted money on it. I like my boom, Like, I like the boom arm and pop filter and stuff like that attachments to the microphone. It's given it more of a, because when I had it on the desk before, I used to always get complaints from friends and from other people about my typing, right? Because it was much more like, it was louder. An alternative you could do for that is to be able to raise the microphone away from your keyboard. But even now, it's like, it's tough. Yeah. I like that clickety clack noise. It makes me happy, but it doesn't make everybody happy, right? Especially if they have to hear it while I'm, playing, or if we were playing competitive and stuff together. Hopefully that makes sense, though. Sorry, just stretching. Yeah, let's continue. I was... Yes. Logs. Any questions? Why do people keep mics on their mouths versus like 6 inches away? Depends on some people really like that close, crisp sound, right? And some folks don't. Some folks like that ASMR-y kind of like whisper talk, and some folks don't. It's a matter of preference, right? I don't feel like I'm not keen on doing like the ASMR stuff. I'm not really. It's not for me. That said, I've had friends in the past that have been like, that's all they do is make ASMR noises for other people, and it's a comfort sound. That's a lot of it, And if they enjoy it, they enjoy it. No sense yucking somebody's yum. Yeah, personal audio settings, exactly. It's up to preference, and like if some folks drastically change their audio, like it can have effects, right? And some folks will like it, some folks won't. It's finding that middle ground, right? There have been lots of folks that come into my stream, and they will tell me, and friends as well, that have told me my stream is often too quiet. But that's kind of what I like. I like it being quiet. Once again, it's a matter of preference, right? And just like that, we have now got a fired crucible, because we fired the crucible in the kiln. So now we have a fired crucible. Okay, and I like to keep a crucible in a duffel bag, because if you don't, the devs recently changed it so the crucible can catch water. And it's not terrible at catching water. It does about 3 liters, but I don't like that. I really didn't like that change. Because, well, as much as it's a useful pot early on that you can make, if you can manage to somehow get nails to make a crucible early on, it wouldn't be bad. It's just not for me. If I will either do a cooking pot, or I will do a like a bucket or a paint can. I'm not gonna bother making a crucible a temporary middle ground. It's not in my interest. The only issue is when somebody's audio is loud, even putting them 5% is too loud. Luckily, that's rare. Yeah, no, I know a couple of people that have their stream set to that sort of thing. Usually what I'll do is I'll put them in their own browser so that I can still enjoy their company and still watch them. But if they're too loud, then they're it's a way to kind of mitigate it a little. Because it's not their fault. They want to be heard. That's what, like, and they're the kind of folks that are very much, they are the bombastic style streamers, you know? The ones that are, like, high energy and stuff. And it's fun to be around those folks sometimes. Okay. So now our main goal is going to be to be making tongs. That's the first goal that we have, is to make tongs. Because if we don't make tongs, we're gonna suffer. Because we'll have to make a bunch of wooden tongs. We have to still make a bunch of wooden tongs to make the tongs, but... You like my frog hat? I'm appreciative of that. I like it too. It's been a thing that I've always enjoyed, is frogs, and then it was kind of somewhat happenstance that I came across this hat and was like, yes, and then that became kind of... It became kind of fun and enjoyable. And I like frogs. They're good. When I think about the fact that I like frogs, though, Emma loves frogs. Loves frogs. I like them. I think they're great. But yeah, comparatively, yeah. Definitely Emma likes them more. As well as dinosaurs. Emma has an absolute love of dinosaurs. And I can hardly say the names of the dinosaurs. Which is funny, given the fact that I can do tongue twisters with no problems for the most, for the most part. But those Latin names are rough. You can see why people like them. Yeah, they have personality. They can be very sweet. There's people in the community that have pet frogs. I don't have a pet frog yet, but we will. We will have pet frogs, Emma and I. And I'm looking forward to it. Because I haven't had pets in a very long time. No pets to call my own. And while that is kind of sad, it's one of those things where I didn't want to have a commitment that would, you know, inevitably I would have to leave behind. Or give to somebody else or anything like that. It's unfair to build a bond with something and then have to abandon it. Right? I'm not gonna do that. It's not appropriate. If I was going to do that, I would have to find a way to bring some whatever it was with me, and that adds to the layers of difficulty, right? Because traveling with a pet's not the easiest, especially when you're traveling to another country. It's not impossible. It's just not. It's another layer that I just don't need. It'll be snowing soon? In game, yeah. I hope. I like when it snows. Although I do spend a lot of time in winter, so it can get kind of tiring at times. I do like the snow, especially fresh snow. You live with a cat. Cats are sweet when they want to be. Cats have energy though, right? The kind of energy where they can walk directly into a glass door and then walk away like they meant to do it. It's very strong energy. Yep, meant to do that. Call that aura. Yeah, that's what I've seen that's the new term for it. And seeing that is makes me feel older and older as time goes on. Just watching those words change. Because I mean, aura did exist as a word before, and but it meant like the presence of a person, which I mean, I guess it still does, but now it means more like I don't know. It still means the same. It's just slightly augmented in its format, right? It's weird. And you feel old because people call you Unc. I still don't understand that fully, why they do that. It means uncle, right? So that implies that somebody's uncle was what started that, right? That's what I would imagine. But then again, it ends up a lot of these things come from songs, is what I've heard. So it's weird. I don't know. I feel out of time, but I've always felt out of time. It's not like it's changed at all. I still am out of time. I will forever be out of time. Always. There's nothing wrong with that. I apologize for what I'm about to do. 32 uses. It's gonna make a lot of loud noises. How many of these are needed over here? So we need a heading tool. Oh, surprisingly, I can actually make that right away because I have that piece of iron that we found on the ground somewhere. It's just a way to label someone. Yeah, kind of a lame way to label someone, though. It feels uncreative and kind of lame. Like I said, it's my own thoughts, but I'd be honest with them. Because if you take it at face value, it means what? It means uncle, right? And so it's like it doesn't quite make sense in some contexts as a result. Although I know it's gender neutral, so that just adds to the weirdness of it. Like, weird. It is what it is, though. Language evolves, and you like just admit that that's what's gonna happen over time. You can't control it. It's just like you know, soft language. George Carlin did an entire skit on that at one point in time, right? About soft language and how things like, you know, toilet paper became bathroom tissue, and all these other different words adjusting themselves just to be softer. It is a similar state, right? And also people trying to avoid censorship. I can't remember which letter of the alphabet that was being used. Was it A? Or to avoid censorship and call people, like, swear words? One of my favorite ones of those skits was the whole what's it called? The one that was involved shell shock. Not sure what level of adult language I allow. I mean, it's fine if you swear. I don't mind. It's I personally try not to swear very much because I feel like those swear words are words that are used incorrectly. They are spacer words that are taken from their context and used into places that when you can't think of something smart to say. Does that mean that I don't that I swear? Or I don't swear, I mean? No, because I do swear sometimes. Because obviously I don't have anything smart to say at that moment in time. But that said, that's my mentality around swear words, is that they're words of griped frustration, or where you don't have the right words to, like, put your point together. So people swear instead. It becomes easier. Is toilet paper softer than bathroom tissue? I mean, sort of, I guess, right? Yeah. That said, it's interesting. And then I'm not making fun of anybody, by the way, with saying that. It's just how my mentality works on that stuff. Is that you oh, this can go in there. I'm confused. Ah! What are the odds? Ah! No! No! There's one of the steel recipes left over in the simple forge. It shouldn't be there. And I made steel by accident, taking up my crucible. Now I have to make another crucible. So, why I'm so distraught right now is because I accidentally... So, like, I made steel. I didn't mean to make steel, but it happened. And I don't have access to steel right now. Like, so I can't make more of it. Ah, I have no access to it, so now that's taken up my crucible. That's it. That crucible is dead to me. That's unfortunate. I have to make another crucible. It's not like I can't, it's just frustrating. I accidentally killed my crucible because I don't have access to steel proper. And because it's leftover recipe in this forge. It's not supposed to be there. This is supposed to only have access to the steel, or to the iron items and the glass items. That's just how it's supposed to be, right? Progression. It makes sense, right? That this forge would not have access, or this furnace would not have access to the full steel set. But for some reason, you can make large steel stuff into a crucible. So it's wasted my crucible essentially. It sucks. And I'm surprised I didn't notice it before it was happening. I was like, that seems like a steel. I knew something was off while we were chatting about the different like language and stuff. And I like that conversation. It's a cool convo, but the truth would be that is very annoying. Sucks. Why? Why must you forsake me, crafting? It's not... Yeah. Okay, let's make another one. Okay. Now, iron, not steel. You see, all the other things are iron, except for this one, because this is not supposed to be here. That is a whoops. So that's a whoops recipe right there. Okay, there we go. Now we've got both of the crucibles. One's with iron, one's with steel. I should have an empty one as well, just because I like to have an empty one kicking around, just in case. We have the heading tool. Now I would like to make... We want to make a pair of tongs. Okay, so we want to make 2 of these. So we're going to need 3 total tongs. Is the grid display a mod? No. Everybody seems to ask me that very often. There's little dots that are up here. If you click them, that you can turn it from this mode to see more. I wonder, like, why? Your stream doesn't streak. Oh, Chili, you got to go back and watch like the previous one. There was an internet blip earlier, just so you know. You got to go and watch that one. Hopefully this streak is okay. I'm sorry if it's broken, but there was a blip. How dare you? You all call and talk to my ISP for me and like mess them up. I bet you would tear them apart on the phone. I guaranteed. Chili gonna mess up some people at an ISP. Yeah. I think it was like a 10-minute stint in the beginning of the stream. Is that cotton cat hood? A cotton cat hood? What? No, this is just regular hood. I think. Or do you mean in the what's it called? You're gonna talk to the Indie Stone devs? In the recipes? Cat hood. This is a fox mask. From... Is this what you mean? No, hide hoodie. Yeah, I only see the... Was it the fox cat type cotton? It's cotton balls. I don't think those are what you're looking at, though. There's a lot of masks and stuff in here that exist. Are you talking about these? Because these are from Craftable Headgear, which is a mod. These are modded. There's like chocobos and doge and bears and vault boys and pepes. Second one in the top. This is the head sack from like you could cut up a pillow. This is vanilla. Yeah, this is a head sack. Think like Leatherface. That's what I think of when I see that head that. But I have a pillow sitting here, that's why I can craft it. It looks like a cat to you? Oh, okay, well, I can tell you it's not then. You believe that it is. You can believe whatever you want to believe. And just like that, we have a pair of actual tongs. Alright, so far we've managed to do that. So 6 letter openers. I'd rather not deal with that, so I'm actually going to make a third crucible. This just makes me wonder if, like, if Chili could get all of the things in a list. All of his thoughts in a list. It's funnier because I know. I get it. Recoup some stamina. Hello. Do appreciate. I think that's it for that. So we got 17 chunks to work with, and the rest is all not able to process. Whether it's because it's steel based or yeah, most of it's steel based. Okay. Let's go fish some food. And we have 17. Okay. I'm gonna do a brief BRB as well here in a moment. I'm gonna refill my tea. Ribbit. Hello. We'll sleep first, I think. Yeah. I'll pause like this. Okay, I'll be right back. In a couple of minutes, I'm just gonna grab more tea. Okay. That was weird. All the buttons on my little board thing went blue. That's kind of cool. If it didn't make the Windows like disconnect noise, I would be content with it. Hopefully it's not breaking. What's the winter cooking plan? Fish. And then for dessert we get to have berries and fruit. Because winter is very heavy on forageable fruits. But fishing doesn't get that much worse in the winter. It gets a little bit worse, but if you have a high enough fishing level, you can almost ignore it. Which we're rapidly approaching a high enough fishing level. That's why fishing is one of those ones that you can kind of, if you work at it, you can get it to be, it can carry you. Fishing, trapping, and then animals are the ways to go for calorie gain. You always want to have one of those in your back pocket. But I won't have any fishing woes. So our main goal right now is going to be, I'm going to fish a few thousand worth of calories. Yeah. Interesting. Hmm. Requires blacksmithing level 3. For blacksmithing level what? Level 2? Okay. How much do I have left? Yay, fireworks. Mm. Weather effect minus 45%. Because it is fog, even though there's not fog. That's funny. You know, I'm fine with this. This one requires more planks if I remember right. Might need nails too. Yeah, one nail. We managed to somehow get one nail. Nope, because a nail requires a smithing hammer or a ball peen. Which means we have a loop again. Because I couldn't make steel this way. But I can break the loop if I... We're gonna need to go and... Yeah, it is a really good hammer. Well, we gotta break the loop, so the only way to break the loop is to go get more nails. Okay, we'll go have a look at those houses. Maybe in that other place we can take apart another bed and get another batch of nails. We just need a little bit. And then we can continue our blacksmithing. I saw that on my way by. Managed to wander over and nick that. This doesn't have... no. Hello. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. I'm making progress. We are currently blacksmithing. We're at 5 uses out of 32. It's something you're working on? Well, then we have that in common. I'm gonna smelt down all of it. To find an anvil? Why would you find one? You don't need to find one, you can make one. It's so crowdy up there. The stone one, yeah? What do you mean? Anvil? No, you can make the metal one. Make the metal one. It's in the, you can make the metal one and as easily as the simple forge. Yeah, it's right here. Here, let me help you with this just so that you can see. Because I'm doing it right now. And then you can actually, if you have the means to skip, you can skip directly to the advanced forge. However, I don't have the means to skip right now. I'd have to go looking for leather, and I'm not going to bother right now. I don't need quite that advanced a setup, so I'm just going to go for the simple setups. But if you can make the bellows, then make the bellows. Like, because then that bellows can be utilized for both the advanced forge and the advanced furnace. Now, moving on for the anvil, it's actually not super complicated of a process. You need a total of 9 nails in order to be able to do it. The first 4 nails are for a pottery bench. The next 4 nails are for the press, right? Don't be fooled by like the drying racks recipes that require nails. They don't need that. There's actually alternate drying rack recipes that don't need nails. That said, eventually maybe they will require nails, but who knows? Anyway, so you make these 2, the pottery bench and the, this gets you the crucible. This will get you the anvil mold. Oh, you got 14k. Okay, so you don't have to worry about nails. Okay, nice. So you need to make a wooden blacksmith anvil mold. That's actually in crafting. So if you type wooden in here, you'll see it. It's like a plank and a little nails, a saw, and of even like the flint saw works. And a hammer, any hammer. That apparently the club hammer's not on here. That's funny. Anyways, so you make a wooden anvil mold, and once you have the wooden anvil mold, you go over to the press, the hand-operated press, and you can make it with 8 clay. If you don't have clay, get a burlap sack and a spade, and look for nodes that look like these. And then you can pick up some clay. Each node gives you 8 clay. So, you know, that's plenty to do this. So you can press yourself the blacksmith mold. Now, once you have the mold, you have to fire it in the kiln. So, because it's an unfired clay mold, right? So you fire it in the kiln, and it'll make a ceramic mold, which you can then use over here in furnaces that are above simple. So the simple furnace or the advanced furnace. Simple furnace is the easiest one to make because it doesn't require the bellows. So you can make that really quick. And then it simply requires you to have a pair of tongs, which, I mean, you're going to. It has to be regular tongs, so you're going to want to already have this set up, kind of, to make tongs. After that, it's 10 charcoal. Use wood charcoal. Don't use coke coal. Don't be fooled by the recipes asking for coke coal, because that's just more expensive for... the only recipes that matter for coke coal are the steel recipes if you're converting iron to steel. So don't waste coke coal on that stuff. Anyways, once you have 32 uses in the crucibles, you'll be able to fill the anvil mold, and there you go. You got a blacksmithing anvil, which is one piece of the advanced forge, which the advanced forge and the regular, so let's see, forge. The advanced forge and the simple forge are exactly the same crafting recipe right now, except the only difference is the large bellows. So if you can make the large bellows, wait and make the large bellows and do the advanced forge. It's better if you do that. However, if you're going to be lazy, like I'm going to be here in a bit, I'm going to just make the simple forge, because I can just go get metal again and make another anvil later. So I'm not really that worried about it. I want access to the upper tier tool or the middle tier tools. So like, yeah, unless you need a recipe. I think I should be able to carp maxed out. Okay, your carpentry's maxed out. There's some things that you might need recipes for, but you can just, you'll be able there. You basically unlock all the crafting available when you do this. So you'll be able to level yourself up. So don't worry about it so much. And if you get stuck, let me know. I'll help. My knowledge is your knowledge. Feel free. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. I can understand that. That's the I've got to run to the store, but I'm hyped because I'm gonna go crafting. Can relate. Hyped. Nah, we gotta do fishing. Ooh, dog food. Nifty. It's tasty. Tasty, tasty tea. You mind talking about the mechanics of fishing and why I want to try focusing it in your next playthrough? Oh, it's not super duper complicated. You look for bubbles like these, like you see the little ripples in the water. You want to keep them... If you cast close to shore, it ends up being less good for you. But imagine that these bubbles are a circle, because that's what they are. They are actually a circle. So imagine they're a circle, and you got to keep your bobber within the circle, right? Kind of like when you... If you've ever played any other MMO that has fishing, that's kind of what you do, right? You put your bobber in the middle. Okay, now what? Now just every once in a while tug on the bobber and just keep, you know, like you don't have to tug on it all too often, just every once in a while. And eventually the fish will take, right? And then the whole point of this fishing minigame is to keep it out of the red, right? So you get left click is your reel in, right click is to give some line, right? So your whole point is to keep it out of the red, but you know, reel in the fish. So and the mini game can sometimes be really relaxing and just easy for the most part, outside of when you've got a real fish on the line. If you've got a real fish on the line, you'll notice it because they'll be splashing water around, as well as the mini game actually gets a little bit harder, up to the point where if you're trying to catch a legendary fish, it can get pretty tough. And I remember the first time I did the when I did the fishing mini game way back when, the first time I ever had a legendary, it made me sit up like and focus, because I was pretty relaxed throughout the whole thing. It was like kind of just, you know, it was a boring fishing trip, but then legendary hits and it was like, oh, I have to focus for this one, because it was a struggle to keep it on the line, like because it was slamming my the meter into the red on repeat, like kept slamming it into the red, and so I would give out line in desperation, trying to not lose the fish, right? What's the line of stumps? This is me telling the zombies to leave me alone. I created little piles that they have to break down in order for them to get me now. I want to be left alone. Leave me alone, zombies. I've made piles for you to get in the way. So, in order to get me now, the zombies have to break down those piles. And then these logs are just like, I made a line of logs just because. Same reason. Same mentality. Different style. They're both good methods. One levels your carpentry, the other one doesn't level anything, but is easy to do. I recommend nobody to don't box yourself in like this without leaving a, like you can see I've got a little space here. Because the only way to break these is with a sledgehammer, or to melee them down and then they break apart, or have the zombies break them. Because it's a little tedious. So if you get penned in with a bunch of zombies, like a lot of zombies manage to somehow path into here, I would have to try to path out that way, or hope they break them. Which they probably would break them, but, you know. There's a little bit of risk in it. Not much, but a smidgen. Like a very small amount. Because the zombies can still path through the opening. They probably won't, though. And that's what I'm banking on. What about fishing items like the nets? Okay, so the fishing nets are kind of like durability. Same for the line. If you have premium fishing line, think durability. Kind of like a weapon, right? If you think of it in terms of weaponry, okay, well, you're increasing the durability and your power of your fishing pole. That's all. So the premium fishing pole is great. It's just it's a luxury. That's the truth of it. It is a luxury item. So if you happen to have premium fishing line, use it. Why not? You know, better than to use it than to have it just sit there. As for fishing nets are the best way to catch fish in the game currently. So long as you have the recipe for chum. If you have the recipe for chum, you can throw chum in a fishing net and instantly catch a ridiculous amount of fish. Like such a good amount of fish. But obviously, the fishing nets are gated behind level 6 and level 7 fishing unless you have the magazines. If you got the magazines though, then you can craft them early. Or inventive combined with the magazines. But that said, those fishing magazines are great. But yeah, and then bait will get you different fish. You can actually notice which kind of fish are able to be drawn to certain baits. But truth be told, if you think about it too like, the big one is just, if you have to use maggots, but maggots are pretty bad. So, but fish fillets are really good. So use fish fillets for the most part if you can. It's always good to keep a batch of uncooked fish fillets around as your bait, because they will replenish themselves. That said, if you have to use other bait, there's lots of other styles you can use: worms, caterpillars, crickets, etc. But yeah, the truth of the matter is fish fillets are really good. It's just like real life, kind of. Fish love other fish. Does the bait have to be fresh? No. Currently, freshness is not taken into account with bait. And I think that would be a pain to code, maybe? So, yeah, you can chop up a cow and use that, but the second you cook the food, it loses its ability to go on the hook. Even though some of it says that it still can, it can't. Or at least I haven't been able to get any cooked food onto the hooks. I haven't really tried cow, so I don't know if cow works or not. Does it let you use the rotten bait? Yes. It doesn't, the bait doesn't have, even if the bait rots, it doesn't matter. It still counts the same as if it's not. It doesn't take into account the bait's freshness. At least currently. Currently it doesn't. I'd prefer it stay that way, to be honest, because what do the fish care if something's fresh or not? Actually, some fish like the rotten stuff, especially like catfish. They don't care. Mm-hmm. That's true. There is a deep water, if you build out a dock, you can get a bonus. But the reason why you don't see me doing that right now is because that's time consuming. And I'd rather not. So there are reasons why I'm doing some things, and that reason right there is just I'm being kind of lazy, I guess. But that said, would I make a dock? Should I make a dock? I've thought about it. It's come into my mind a few times. One of the funny thoughts I've had is, could I take dirt and just build a walkway across and then just live on the other side of the water? Because I could probably do that. I just take a bunch of dirt from over here and just build a walkway. Wouldn't be hard. The idea of it's hilarious, though. I'm still thinking if I want to do that or not. Because then if I did that, I could run all the way to this point in West Point right here, build a pathway out, and then like wave at West Point from the other side of the river. Like, hi West Point, I'm over here. Like right in the middle of the river, right there. Be mildly amusing. Just thought about it. But yeah, I'm glad that you asked the questions, and I'm glad that you're finding it helpful. I like to share that kind of stuff and help people. You know, strive for success. You can make it happen. They will add swimming zombies next. You know, I would take that as a win. I'd take it as a win if they gave the zombies the ability to swim. If I managed to, you know, that's a big W. I built my way across, so the devs added swimming zombies to catch me. Sometimes when you see me pull back the line by walking, because the second you walk, you pull back your line, and you see me recast, it's to reposition the bobber, because I want the bobber to be as central as I can in the circle. But sometimes I pull the bobber out of the circle. You can know that you pulled the bobber out of the circle if you catch garbage. If your bobber is directly in the center of a pile, though, and you catch garbage at least a couple of times, that means that that particular fishing node might not be a real one as well, because there can be fake ones. So if you're catching so much garbage from a pile, I mean, go somewhere else. There aren't more zombies across the river, unfortunately. I know how many zombies there are over there. There are event spawn zombies, and that is it. So there'd be like less than 100 across the river. Unless the devs painted a swath without me paying attention. Which is possible. Like, there might be a swath of zombies that they just went like with a paintbrush and just was like, wow. But I doubt it, but it's not impossible. They used to do that, actually. Back in Build 41, they painted the entire outside of the map with... I tried to open the map several times just now. They painted the entire outside of the map with zombies all the way around. Kind of to... in my head, it was a deterrent. It was a players stay inside. But some folks took it as a challenge. Fighting the zombies on the outside border. Yep, there was like, yeah, 3 million on the outside, 1 million on the inside. About 4 million zombies. Is a lot. I have returned. Hello. Only 800, well, 900 roughly more XP, and we will have another level in fishing. It's crazy. The paint in that bucket adds. I found this bucket empty. I don't know what was in it before. My thoughts is there was probably... it says it was a paint bucket. What color paint do you think was in there? Out in the middle of nowhere over here? Might be green paint. Maybe it does add Mountain Dew. It's super green. Different from regular green by being super. Now that is a meal. A lake and everything, your base is all fenced in? Nice. Fish salad. Yeah, I chopped up fish, put it in a bowl, and just called it salad. The PZ special. Everything's a salad if you put it in a bowl. Doesn't matter what it is. Could be anything. This right here, this is a steak salad. But that's just a steak in a bowl. Yeah, it's steak salad. This is fruit salad, but that's just one strawberry. It's fruit salad, not strawberry. Are hats bowls? Not all hats are bowls, but all bowls are hats. Am I a salad? Oh. That's just tea in a bowl. Tea salad. Yeah. Yeah, strawberries aren't berries, but bananas are. Most berries aren't actually berries. It's the weirdest thing. Next time, ice cream salad. Yeah, ice cream salad. Hey, Sui. Yes, I agree. Ice cream salad all the way. Yeah, it's crazy what's classified as what. It's like, it reminds me of that argument about tomatoes and cucumbers and all that from back when. We must put labels on things. No, why though? Does it matter? Put it in your face. That's all. You don't have to think about it too deeply. Open the mouth, put it in there. Unless you're allergic, then probably shouldn't do that. Probably. I'm not gonna tell people what they can and can't do. Make sure you have an EpiPen. It's a thought that I had ages ago, and I still wonder sometimes. Would our humanity survive if we took off all the safety labels of everything? I don't really think we would. We'd be done in like a little while. Short while. Some people would be so lost. It's true. That reminds me. Okay, it feels like a useless trait until you want to know the caloric value of something down to the number. It really does feel like a useless trait 90% of the time, and I would very much love to agree with you outside of all of those niche instances where I'm like sitting there and I want to know the exact number. What is the exact number so that I can do the math, but it's like I don't have the exact value because, well, I don't know. I have to base it on what? Hunger? It's silly. And so nutritionist feels like a bad trait, but it's not. It's like I almost think it's crucial. I like not need, but like borderline, because it's like, okay, well, with it I can understand all of the caloric needs in the game, so it's like, and I should know all that anyways, and I do, but it's like still, right? Because I can do it based on the chevron, but it's just guesstimating. It's not good enough. I need more than that sometimes, right? So it ends up, but it's like, yeah, it's like I feel hungry, but what am I missing? Right? Yeah, I don't know. It'd be so cool if you could just know. I'm missing exactly this. And then you could feel good all the time. Instead of having those off days where you feel like, nah, and you don't really know why. And you just feel like just not enjoying it. You're just like, this day sucks, and I don't know why. It could be something to do with your diet, maybe, you know, and it's probably what happened, you know. Should you bother with a little rabbit and bird trapping next to the fishing? I mean, in theory, yes, if I had the resources to do so. And I do have some of the resources that I could turn over my bait over to the birds. However, bird trapping does require fresh bait, as well as what is it? Rabbit trapping requires fresh produce. So I'd have to be going and foraging for like fairly sizable lettuce and cabbage, potatoes, tomatoes, those kinds of crops in order to get the rabbits. That's not saying that I can't do that. It's just that that's time and like, you know, that's time consuming, and I don't want to do it right now. Especially because I can just kind of scoop up a baby rabbit later. Or I can do it later once we actually get a good grow season in. So next year in game, we should be able to plant crops and have a proper grow season. So I'm keen to get that started eventually then. But that's planning a year ahead, which is generally too far to guarantee. But yeah, it's definitely not a bad idea. Okay. Um, the second you log in, helicopter, they were waiting for you. No one can say anything differently. That's essentially what happened. They were waiting for you. What can you craft from gold and silver? Once you have metalworking pliers or vice grips or a few other things, you can craft gold keychains as well as gold sheets. Gold sheets are one of the best ways to level up blacksmithing because you can kind of just trade gold sheets into coins and then coins back into gold sheets at an infinitum. This allows you to level blacksmithing fairly well. If you want a silver, yeah, silver and gold coins are pretty good, like for XP. I mean, because it just costs you charcoal. You trade your charcoal back and forth constantly, and it'll get you a bunch. Well, no. Like, it's faster if you're a welder. Yes. You can get there faster if you're a welder and you have propane accessories, like being able to get there really quickly. However, once you get to endgame blacksmithing, their tools are they get to a point where they're the best. It becomes hard to, like, especially with the swords and all the steel armor, and yeah, like it's yeah, you get the best of the best from blacksmithing without question. But welding is like, think welding as your faster, like if you were to spawn in the gated community in Louisville, right? And that's where you spawned, and that whole gated community was fenced off and clear. And you had a big bunch of propane. You could speed your welding to the point where you had welded tools and engage Louisville right away, as opposed to jumping into blacksmithing. A blacksmith would take a little bit more time to get going. Of course, they are the stronger of the two. But it's a good combination because the welder is able to repair things like vehicles, combined with mechanics, if you were to combine the two. Short. Wiki article for welding seems a little off. It tells you to level welding by crafting large scrap knife. And that... No, because you can take apart the scrap vehicles as the best form of XP for welding. So you could do that, take apart the vehicles, and then... That'll get you quite a bit of XP. Trying to think of how I would go about leveling welding after that, but... I'm not sure, because welding is kind of, it ends up being somewhat niche, and, well, I mean, like, I'm the kind of player that would jump directly into the blacksmithing. I wouldn't do welding. But I can see the value in it. It's pacing, right? Yeah, we're close. Yeah, we need to continue to fish, unfortunately. Oh, no. Today is not a good fishing day? Oh, in your game? Is it foggy? Yeah, fog sucks. That's why I turned it off. I just needed a break from it. I felt like it was always fog. It ends up just being hampering. Visually and... Well, I mean, you want to go and do stuff and... Full day of fog. Or full week of fog. Or like that one November that we just had to deal with, which was... Fog. Fog. I think we had one day that was kind of clear. And then it was 5 more days of fog and a tropical storm. And then fog after that. It's like... Yeah, no, I'm good. Does the water freeze up? No. Water doesn't freeze. Not even in, like, cryo winter freezing. Like, so, like, the coldest temperature I've ever survived in gaming is minus 177 degrees Celsius. So, negative 177 Celsius. That was with a mod called Cryo Winter, though. And I won't ever play that again. I'm not interested. For obvious reasons. Too cold. We were killed in that run in spring. Which, in that run, when it was minus 90 degrees Celsius, is when when I was thanking my stars. I was like happy. Happy on days that weren't triple digits. I was like excited about it. I was like, I get to move around today. I get to breathe and run, and I'm not gonna sleep half the day away. Because it was like move a few tiles, set down a campfire, warm up, move some more tiles. You had little warming up stations. I learned a lot about microing my body temperature though in the game. Like for example, oh, great. 20 October 24th. Hey, you're a little bit lengthy on you. Yeah. Oh, there goes my fish. Yep, fishing quality goes down unless you put a fire near the player, because it's not the world temperature, it's the player's temperature that determines your fishing, meaning that you can actually heat your body, and I don't know why they changed it away from seasonal, but I feel like it should have stayed seasonal, but they made it linked to the player's body heat, so yeah. Yeah, it's not seasonal. No, it's linked to temperature, like this number up here. So if you put a campfire next to yourself, you can get good quality temperature. Or at least okay temperature. So you can effectively ignore the winter. It was argued in the rat race if that was considered an exploit, but ultimately the moderation chose that it wasn't an exploit because you got to keep yourself warm during the winter. So how are you supposed to keep yourself warm and fed if you're not, if you're sitting next to a fire, right? So it ended up that we just agreed that it was fine. It's like borderline though. Which I can see why folks would think it's an exploit. That was one pass. No, two passes. Hey, he's gone. Yeah, I don't like it either. I wish that it was seasonal. But it is that's just how it is. Maybe somebody messed up and it's supposed to be world temperature or somehow, but world temperature doesn't make sense because there is no world temperature. There's only the player temperature, right? Because you've got your indoor and your outdoor temperature, but where is the thermometer? This is the thermometer right here. Right? There is no world temp. It's player temp. But yeah, in my head, it should have remained seasonal. That way because there is a real calendar in the game. The reason why I know there's a real calendar in the game is because there are leap years. If you survive long enough, you'll actually see February 29th. Which is a leap year, right? Also, fun fact about Zomboid is that this survival time is actually different than this survival time. So your character's birthday, right? If you were to try and track it, you would notice that you're losing time for some reason. There's time that's being lost because this is exactly 360, right? But in a year, there's 365 days, right? In a year in Zomboid. But survival time is only 360 days. So you lose 5 days off your birthday every once in a while. I think 4 on or is it 4 or 6 on a leap year? I don't remember, but that said, it's because this survival time is a ticker timer, and this is not. This is a calendar, like an actual one. And it threw me off a long time ago because I was doing math on survival time, and I was like, these numbers aren't adding up. And then I noticed it with my character too. I was like, my birthday is not the right day. What the heck? But yeah. What I mean by this is a ticker timer is 24 hours equals 1 day, 30 days equals 1 month, 12 months equals 1 year. See? So you end up short a few days on a real year. Zomboid Melbourne. You like how it was stale, rotten meat, and now it's fresh? It's because when you chop up meat, you're chopping the good bits and you're leaving the stale parts off. That's like, that's the same for rotten meat when you get to level 7 cooking. Is you chop up the good parts of it and then you throw away the rotten bits. That said, though, cooking with rotten food is, I don't advise it. There's no point. The whole point of eating is to satiate your hunger need or your caloric values. So eating rotten food doesn't give you calories or hunger, so it's just pointless. The only time it will give you hunger is if, or sorry, calories is if you eat rotten ice cream specifically. So, or a very high calorie, low hunger rotten meal. But you don't want it to have high hunger because if it does, it'll cause you poison. So your character will die. It's a risk anyways, even with having, what's it called? Prone to illness. Yeah, we want to sleep one bit and then we'll be able to head out. Because we're going to want to check both sides to make sure that zombies are not encroaching. Okay. We still need a little bit more in order to craft that anvil. How are you intended to kill a deer that you find? There are several ways to kill a deer. One of them is to get them to run into water or a fence. It greatly slows them down. Like, it reduces their speed. Then you can run over and bonk them. Now, if you, and that's literally, like, you run over and you melee them. And they'll die right away. Now, if you don't do that, you can pen them into an area that has, like, a fencing. And that's a way to do it as well. So, for example, when I was playing Rat Race with Higgins, I can't show it right now because we gotta like wait for daytime. There's the farmstead by Muldraw is where we penned in a deer, and then I just chased it down. There wasn't anything it could do. It was stuck in a fence line. All right. So I'll start with the easy one. Hello. I would love fletching, but it would be part of reloading, I think. Boyering, though. They could include it in carving. And shooting the bow, included in aiming. Right? They could combine all those things, or give it its own tree. I mean, whichever. But it would give me, like, I would feel a lot better about that whole song and dance if you could actually hunt. Like, really hunt. Like, not the Mimi running around and bonking the deer on the head. Another way to get them would be to, you can break their AI very easily. And get them to run in a circle. But that's clearly not intended. So it's like one of those things where I'm not keen on those methods. Because they're not, they're clearly, you know, abusing the game to try and... There's certain exploits that I myself don't like, because that's what they are. They're exploits. They break the game. And I'm fine with some of it, but I draw the line sometimes, because I find it kind of cheesy, right? Yeah, it would be cool if there was a boyering or a fletching skill. Kind of like RuneScape, right? Few more. Okay, good to go. That police officer was working with Higgins. Was he really? What was his name? Higgins didn't work for West Point, though. Higgins worked for Rosewood. Although he got reprimanded in West Point at one point in time, in one of the timelines. He was a Rosewood cop. A police officer of Rosewood. A hero of Rosewood. Maybe they knew each other. Who's to say? Higgins had some pretty long family lines. These are the Higgins glasses, horned rim prescription. Thankfully, we don't need those. They could let us throw spears? I would love to just be able to throw anything at the zombies. I don't even care if it does damage. Let me bonk them on the head with my broken weapons and reenact that scene from Shaun of the Dead where they're throwing the vinyls. Not that one. That was an original. Spearfishing used to be vanilla, but they took it out of the game to replace it with the fishing minigame. And when it was happening, there were quite a lot of us that were in disbelief about it. They're like, really? They're changing it? That seems a little extreme. And then it happened, and we kind of just moved on with our lives. Kind of like the, well, anyway, you know? It's like, it's not that big a deal. But yeah, that was part of the vanilla game in Build 41 and prior to. And it was one of the best ways to maintain your body weight. When Build 42 dropped, it wasn't just about butter. It was actually about butter and soda and taking the sleepy traits because, well, I didn't take the sleepy traits, but you never had to sleep. Because soda had, like, drugs in it, essentially. You never had to sleep. It was the original Coca-Cola recipe. The fact that butter hasn't changed in all this time makes me think that they want the game to be that way, which is it's strange to me. But, you know, maybe there'll be a big rework on that whole system. I can only hope. That or mods do something, because the caloric system has some major weaknesses that I don't like. But that's okay. I mean, everything has its flaws, right? A fanny pack. There's not many left, thankfully. Finish this group off. Small group of 5. Well. There's a few there, but it's okay. They're at a distance that I'm content with leaving them for now. So we'll run back. So that's a mostly tidied up area now. And we're 12 days away from a wheel spin. Yeah, it won't, we can take this apart at least. That gets us a little bit more metal. Having a bowl is just so nice. And on its own is like carrying. How good is the fanny pack again? Oh yeah, it's as good as the military bag. Let's get that next level on napping if we can. Just need one more chipstone. Another frog! Hooray! That's 3. We've got 3 frogs. That's hype. 3 friends for the apocalypse. Still quite a ways off from leveling up our foraging. We're almost there though. We're nearly like level 8. I'm not picking those up. That's arguable, but there we go. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, we could just flip back. That level in napping is huge. Yes. Look at that napping level. That means that we have access now to the ability to make axe heads. So then we can make axes that are fairly okay at chopping down trees. They're not the best, obviously, because there's a lot of better ones that you can make, and the wood axe is just too good at chopping trees. Second, I can make one of those. I won't be making these, but now this is a fast track to being able to make the maul, which will give me access to breaking stones, and breaking stones gives me access to high levels of masonry, which will unlock inevitably the stone mace, which is a very good short blunt weapon. At least until we can get the pliers to pull apart some of the gold, the master swords, and then eventually we can have all the weapons. There won't be a limitation anymore. We're very nearly there. There we go. Ribbit. You still managed to maintain your streak. Kudos. My internet did a thing this morning, and I was concerned some folks would lose them. So, well played. My ISP has been, or it's the ingest. I don't know, or it could be my computer. I am unsure. But I am sorry if folks lose streaks. It's not my intent. My intent is to stream. But I do appreciate the streak. Or the streak, I mean. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. We're making some good progress. We've managed to get enough nails to start blacksmithing. And although it's not like pristine yet, we are making our way to slowly have blacksmith stuff. Right now I'm trying to level up the what's it called? You know what? Let's drop these. Grab one of these. This is the best part of hitting level 4 napping, is that you can kind of speed it along with these flat stones. When the debris was removed, it sucked for a little bit trying to play for the... because of that. Although you can still forge them up, so like, I mean, but you get a lot less of them. Just see, we're already almost a third through. There we go. See another 4 there. There we go, another 20% XP. Well, 19, but still, we're doing pretty good. At this rate, we'll be able to level it fairly quickly, then we can make a stone mall, and then from there... solid. Yeah, we'll reach the Bronze Age. That's gonna happen. Once we get to a certain point, we'll be able to basically craft whatever weapons we want. There is no limitation anymore. I can craft whatever. So once that's a possibility, I can start just crafting the best weapons, and we can scale ourselves up accordingly. So we'll be super powered, essentially. And then it's just a matter of building up weapon skill from there. And once you have enough weapon skill, you can just clear, like super clear. Based on, so long as we keep maintaining our weight and a few other things, we'll be able to do some major stuff. And then we'll be well on our way to doing the actual portion of the challenge that I want to do, which is we want to take down West Point and then start heading to Valley Station. That's the route. %, so 2 more piles like that.
You're amazing.
Well, thank you very much for the follows. We appreciate. I do anonymous follows, so folks can just enjoy lurking. And if folks want to chat with me, they can. There are ways to be known if you want to be known. The yeah. Oh. Thank you very much for the prime. I do very much appreciate. Enjoy your frog emotes as well as your ad-free viewing, so no more ads for you. My appreciation. You only get one of those on Twitch, and you're using it here, and I appreciate that. Oh. We ran out of time on that. The day is over. Hello. How goes? Oh. Oh, I think we should swap to food. Are those peanuts? And a mango? And a poison mushrooms? No, thanks, I'm good. More poison? We are 2 flat stones away now. 1. And 1 more. That means we've unlocked the mall, which means we can break large stones now. So the large stones can be broken, which means I can sort of speed level masonry as much as I want based on the large stones. So we would want to get to level 8 masonry, which is going to be a lot of stones broken, but after that we will be able to make stone maces. And then I'll give those a go for a little while, see how I like those. Given the Passy seal of approval, as well as a bunch of other folks in the past have said that they're really great, I am not going to be surprised when they turn out to be really great. Yeah, that's what I plan to do. Or I could make stone walls if I really want to as well. So we could like have a stone wall base. Like put a little stone wall around everything. Little tiny stone wall. Yeah, a lot of folks have told me over the past that they're really good. I've not really used them because I've not played with short blunts since like for ages. I kind of just held off. But for this run, I wanted to do them a little bit. So at the very least, we're gonna give them a go. So I'm ready to see that they're really good. Okay, so that's that. And now we need to make a long handle, which requires a plank or a large branch. You have 60 waiting for your base. Yeah, no, I know. I would have had a lot if I had continued my rat race, but I don't want to do that. I'm good. I'm good to start over. We were training Higgins's long blade, which we had just got through the issues of leveling everything to a minimum of 3. So I think everything was level 3. Even like spear, everything was 3. I think we just got to level 5 or 6 with Longblade, but I can't quite remember. I've been level 10 Longblade before though, and level 10 Longblade is amazing. Making your own swords and just swinging swords around is awesome. It is a hype time for certain. Yeah, I figured as much. Getting this early fire axe is nice as well. Finding the early weapons like this in your early game is just, it's nice. It really does help out a lot. The goal of yours, since you have 0 combat skills in your character, it's a grind. Yeah, no, I can understand. Doing like a full platinum style 0 to hero, like no skills in anything. Like, because there are a few ways to do 0 to hero, right? There's the 0 to hero with that you can take, you're allowed to take traits. Or there's the 0 to hero where you start with nothing in any of these. So like this, I call no skill. I know it sounds funny to call it that, but that's what it is. It's a no skills run. It's much harder than 0 to hero. And there's only one type of run that I think is worse than that kind. And that would be the all negatives run. All negatives sucks. Your character never gets good, ever. They just get less bad. Not many people that I know of play all negatives, that like, not like, there's some people that have played it as a challenge for a short time, but nobody like mainlines it, is what I mean. Zero to hero is rough for you? Which, you mean like puny, like having unfit and puny in the beginning? That kind of 0 to hero? It's really good for early game, like, skill points, because you can earn those traits, right? You can earn them away, so it ends up being really good for skill points in the end. No, they didn't. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I was
You're
like, wait
amazing.
a second. Thank you very much for the follow. Do appreciate. Oh, so you like to play the other version of zero skill, or like no skill, is in no traits. So you don't take traits, and you have 5/5 to start. So you're a 5 strength, 5 fitness character to start with no traits. That's a popular one. I've seen that a few times. It's a good way to go. That way your character is at least okay to start. You're not in too much pain. Not early. The only pain's coming from weapon skill and lack of maintenance. Is the music choppy? Yeah, definitely let me know when that happens, because that means that something's going wrong with my RAM. Like, yeah, so yeah. It's it would probably be choppy for everyone. It just means I need to restart it. There you go. Oh, you did 10-10? Not bad. So you do hero to hero. That is like the maximum hero. There's nothing wrong with a hero run though. That's the thing, is in Zomboid you can do whatever you want. Kind of like your world. It's good now. Yeah, perfect. Thank you for letting me know, because I wouldn't know otherwise. It's not like I can hear the stream on top of myself. So it ends up being, when sound issues crop up, I need to hear about it. I find it, I find just gauging it is balance patience for patience. Yeah, no, I agree. There's skills, not fitness. Well, fitness is not one of those things that doesn't take years to level. It takes 2 years, roughly 2 years to level a character all the way from 0 to 10. It's not so bad. And actually, that's if you're like doing quite enough combat. If you slack on it like I was with Higgins, you know, it can take longer. It can take upwards to 5 years, but usually by that point, you know, you'll be level 10 and it'll be okay. Yeah, I don't think that you suck, because I've seen your scores in the rat race. Because remember, I'm one of the folks that does the leaderboard. So that's the thing, right? I have seen scores. I know who folks are. As a result, I also peek in on runs every once in a while to make sure that I'm kind of keeping up to date on some of it. Not actually skill based. Okay, good. I'm just making sure you're not talking down to yourself, because, like, I mean, yeah, gotta own that skill. Confidence, but not overconfidence, right? Okay, let's see. Overconfidence is an insidious killer. Oh yeah, this is one of the custom style challenges. This one's called Return to Bloodbank, which is a sort of scaling difficulty challenge. So every few months in game, I'm going to spin a wheel and add something to the challenge to make it harder. Last run, because this is my it says 4, but this is technically my third. But I threw one away because I was like I want to start over and reset the settings to be proper. So I edited the settings to be a little bit more forgiving, and so this one, it's still a fairly difficult challenge. It's a time 16 with often helicopters, low loot, etc. You can check out the settings here if you want. And then every 4 months, oh, one sec. Is it gonna... I've got a wheel to spin, and what the wheel will do, it'll choose something to add. So, you know, last time we rolled pinpoint hearing. This upcoming time, I don't know what we'll get. So, and there's even a reroll on there with eyesight. So if we get eyesight, we crank eyesight to eagle eyes, and then we reroll the wheel again. Follow sound distance, we'll add 150. Migration, we'll lower it by an hour. XP multiplier, we'll lower it by 0.1, and so on and so forth. Corpse sickness, we would add in either the corpse sickness onto zombies or stuff like that. But it's meant to be for fun, right? To slowly crank the difficulty. And then I think after a year in, I'm gonna add often metas back onto the wheel. So just to make it fair for myself, as well as I'm gonna add back in the weather, because I want it to be progressively harder in fairness to the blood bank the way that it was. So the blood bank was a challenge that gradually got tougher. So as time went on, you would augment your settings to make it harder and harder and harder until eventually either the game wins or you win, you know? And then I'm going to be tracing the old route that Lamprey took, which is, the old route is Cull West Point. So our goal is to Cull West Point, into Valley Station, into the mall, and then once the mall is clear, we gun for this checkpoint, and then we're gonna be battling LV. So that's the plan. But obviously I need to get situated and set up first, which is why we're over here and in safety low zombie land, because this is one of the lower zombie pops on time 16, like in this area. Still we're managing to maintain the kill count a little bit, but not like a lot, right? Like there's still some zombies around, but not a lot. So yeah, it's a cool idea. And then the character that I took in is here, so you can have a look at that and you know, enjoy. But yeah, we'll see what happens with the wheel here soon. I wanted to just give myself pinpoint hearing, but I felt like it was a bit of a cop-out to just give myself pinpoint hearing at 3 months. I was like, you know, I'm supposed to... There's a criteria that I want to follow. So I need to slow my ADHD down and say, you know, stop going burr and, you know, be more patient. Thankfully, there's coping that I have that allows me to make that commune. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do that. Suppose if you're on the back foot really training your skills, you'll be on the back foot on kills. Yeah, and then I won't be able to push forward, right? There's that, but then there's also the fact that, well, I mean, you can check out my last death. This is why I toned it back. Right there is because of that. I did make a mistake in which way I went, but still, even if I had gone the other way, it would have been a cyclone of zombies that I would have had to deal with, all because of metas mostly. It's why in the rat race we turned meta events off, and then we only had one helicopter. Right now, that playthrough is at 16 helicopters. And I don't know how many meta events, because I couldn't count them, because there was too many. Hmm? You did sometimes. Yeah. I'm doing the often helis, and then I'm gonna include meta events. And I've done times 16 often helis, often meta events before, earlier in build 42. But there's something's a little different with the way that the zombies are moving that's throwing me off a little. So I need to study that a little bit more before I have their movement down to an art. But yeah, is often nearly weekly, between 6 and 11 days. So between just under a week, or you know, just over. I had, and in that first playthrough, I had cows, butter, I had everything you could ever want. A saw, like I had metalworking pliers that I found in a shelf. I was set in that run. But some mistakes were made, and clearly I needed to adjust. I also calmed the weather down a little bit, and it's been better since I adjusted my options. But yeah, there was so much fog every day that it was brutal. Rat Race is default, like is default for the meta events and the helicopters, but because it has times 10 vehicle engine loudness, so the second that you decide you want to engage the zombies, you can. Rat Race was built in its way to be for everyone. Like, doesn't matter how, it was for new players and old players and everybody to kind of just enjoy. I'm looking forward to Rat Race's second iteration, but for now, I'm not doing Rat Race. We'll discuss a second iteration, though, I'm sure. It's already been discussed at length in moderation, but that said, moderation's not the only part of the Rat Race. There's going to be community talk as well, and there has been over the year that Rat Race has been kind of going. Come on, fishy. But yeah, I think the hardest setting I've ever played on is ×5 muscle strain. And while I theorize that it is possible to do it, it's like cranking up the fatigue. It just makes it a lot slower, and eventually you get out of it, but it takes longer to do. And as a result, I don't recommend it. It ends up being less fun because you're spending too much time sleeping because your character's always in pain. Simulated in ×5 muscle strain. Yeah, it was rough. That was an off-stream playthrough that I gave updates during, because I was playing that off-stream one while I was doing my Apocalypse playthrough with Higgins, the very first Higgins. Higgins special effects. That playthrough had a journey that went all the way across the map and ended just in front of Brandenburg, and that's where the incompatibility had that one lost. So I just ended up scrapping it. Oh yeah, no, one swing and you're done. That's like you kill one zombie, you're already at maxed out pain. It's awful. Unless you can get yourself to level 5, or no, you want to be level, because once you're level 10 strength, and then you can gain more weapon skill, it just starts becoming more possible at that point. I think I was level 6 or 7 strength by the time it started to feel okay again. But it's still unpleasant. Because you still can't take on big hordes. You can only take on like a lot less. Like way less. I caught a fish. I'm good. Go. There we go. Okay, solid. Okay, so we've managed to do quite a lot today, I feel. We're 10 days shy of the wheel spin, so we'll do that next time probably. Level 5 napping, so we got malls. And we're nearly level 6 maintenance. Feel like we've done quite a bit. Okay. Yeah, so that's a good stopping point for me for today. Have you tried out the killed 700? Third one killed your computer? Yeah, you need to pace yourself if you're going to do the engineer method to try to blow stuff up. But gotta remember, do the engineer method after you've leveled your combat skills. Because if you kill a bunch of zombies, then your combat skills may suffer as a result. So that would be my recommendation if you're going to do that. Anyways, let us raid out to make somebody else's day a little bit better. Let's see who's on. Thank you very, very much for coming and hanging out with me. I'll post socially things so you guys can know when I go live on there. This guy. There. Those are the places that I post when I go live. Let's see who's on. There's some really good folks on. Hey, look, Tiger's on. It's been a while since he's played in Zomboid. I think I'll just leave you in Tiger Lily's hands. I think that would be for the best. There you go. Alrighty. It's been my pleasure as always. I will see you guys next time. Ta for now.